Wow.
already.
Notified you already, huh?
Oh no, that was my phone going off for the random. You can activate digital secure with your Verizon account. Blah blah blah. Like, nah.
Sure, I will do that. With
Yep,
what?
that's why I keep ignoring all of your messages over and over and over and over and over.
Uh, started 24. 24 dole. Days of abuse left. That's what the PE teacher at the school I work at keeps saying. 24. We got it running joke now of it. 24.
The countdown has begun.
Oh, it started at I think 100, and it's worked its way down. And he gets down to 24 dole, and I'm like, oh, we really? Sweet. Just like, and that's what it stands for, is days of abuse left. It's like, oh, can we just get this over with?
Yeah, I feel like I remember hearing my own teachers like saying something similar.
Yeah, we all have a secret countdown. We're all like, mm-hmm.
Yeah, like 21 days left of pain. Like, I think that was one of my history teachers would always say. Like, we'd just be counting down how many days left till the end of the year. 19 days of pain.
And 24 dole. DOAL. Days of abuse left. And the kids keep asking what it means. It's like, nothing.
You'll learn when you're older.
Yeah.
You'll have your own acronym or your own phrase for it.
Oh,
It'll be, sign of the times.
well, I came around the corner. I was on our floor machine, and I came around the corner, and I stopped at the top of a ramp, and I just sat there and watching the PE teacher with these kids out in the hall, and they're lined up, and they just keep going. And he's like, "This is ridiculous, guys. You should know better. You know the rules. You know what to do, and you're sitting there still causing issues, causing problems." And they keep talking, and I just stood staring at him, and I'm like, and he's like, "Oh yeah, he's waiting for we'll let him go by." And I'm like, "Oh no, I'm being respectful of Mr. And I'm sitting there telling these kids, as soon as I said those words, it was like they shut up, because I'm like, yeah, you're not being respectful is what I'm telling you. Respect your teacher. Just listen and be quiet." And they started talking as he did, and I went, shh. It's like they shut up again. I'm like, yeah, because I expect you to be quiet when I want you to listen. Don't talk, listen. Because if you're talking, that means you ain't listening. I get really sarcastic at lunchtime with them.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these kids, man. I know PE teachers that would tear your head off in a heartbeat and just like, go sit on the bench. Nope, you're gonna run laps. I'm like, I'll make you run laps. I'm gonna tire you out.
My PE teacher was a big, like, jacked dude. Like, he if he needed to wrestle anyone down, like, he could do it. It didn't matter how big or strong you thought you were in school. Like, he would whoop your ass.
I think I could have taken mine down with the one back behind the knee. Take him right down. Watch him collapse.
Well, I mean, it was the same thing with the wrestling coach, because like some of the kids on the football team would get a little cocky and be like, and he's not like a very big dude. Like the wrestling coach was like he was like 5'8", I'd say maybe $160, $170. Like he wasn't a very big dude. He was actually pretty tiny, but he could wrestle.
Like, oh yeah, he's got that low stature.
He made the big guys tap out.
He's got that stature just at the right height that he's gonna get you. But let me grab something to drink before we start, because I realized
I've already got my agua right here.
I got me some soda.
Okay, I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna grab.
Undesignated drink.
What kind of soda do you have tonight?
Undesignated soda.
For what flavor? Is it cola? Is it Dr. Pepper?
It's cola.
Okay. So off-brand cola?
Oh, jeez.
No, it's full cola. I just wanted to keep the meme going.
Oh, fair.
There's a meme. Are you memeing?
Undesignated drink.
Shh. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, all right. Let me see. Where?
Alright, I can put this back on.
How do I turn
Put
this?
back on.
Let's flip to
Let
that
me go
screen.
back here.
Oh, good. Your icons all worked. I forgot I turned off. Because he's not here.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
I forgot I turned his off. So.
Pepsi.
Pepsi. I want a Pepsi.
So I'll have to apologize in advance if you do happen to hear dogs barking here, because we have to take care of my brother's dog because he's out working on the road. And the two little ones here are not exactly getting along the best with my brother's dog.
Of course not. Why not?
She's much bigger than them, but she's like only 18 months. So she's
still
younger,
a
got a lot
puppy.
more energy. They're older dogs. And they're not really putting up with her shit.
Yeah, I've seen that. My
Yeah.
parents' dog is older. Ours is younger. And my wife keeps teasing. You trying to, what does she say? It's, God. She said something that made me laugh. It was almost along the lines of, you want to go see your MILF? I was like, oh, God. Why did you say that? I'm like, because the dog is much older, and it's like, nah, he just likes playing, and she'll tolerate so much from him, too, and just like, she'll snap at him, and he backs off, like, okay, sorry. We'll just play it. It's like, oh, my God. Oh, dogs. They're funny. Ours is
Yep.
outside, so I'm expecting him to bark when she gets home. Because he barks at everything. What's new? Ah. Let me see. It should be able to hit. Wait, this one? Yeah, there it goes. Oh, I need to test. This wasn't working before. Oh, now it's working. Figures. I was having issues with this, and I was like, I did have to update OBS just before we started, and I'm kind of nervous. I'm like, please don't break. Please, just work.
Don't do anything stupid, please.
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 Please. I beg of you, please, do not break. Let me see.
Bend, but do not break. It's broke.
That's what I find at work. Everything's broken here again. Anybody who sees this, that's the YouTube channel where you can find our back issues sessions. What? Okay, I got words. I can't speak. I am really alive.
Off to a great start as DM, sir.
Hey!
Imagine speaking.
Imagine thinking words good.
That's it. Mercer, you're in charge. Bring us in.
Hey, yo, welcome back to another round of Fuck Around, Find Out. Let's see who's about to fuck around and see if he finds out.
These little robot crawler thingies, they're looking to fuck around and find out.
And they do about to find out. Take us away, Dave.
DJ, hit my music.
A hell of a way to start the session. Oh my god. Oh. No, if anybody catches this, you'll find the YouTube channel. The links are down on the Twitch to get you there as well. But if you get there without that, there are links there that bring you back to Twitch as well. But also there's other links to find these jokers that I'm playing with. There we go. I'm half asleep.
Yeah.
You better be caffeinated up, sir.
Nope. Caffeine ain't doing.
We gotta go.
No.
Concrete's
So-
coming.
Let me kill this music. There we go. And then if Void Striker shows up a little late, or if he doesn't, it's okay. We'll bring him up to speed eventually, or if he shows up. So we're short, still one player. Who wants to play Void Striker? Please join us in the chat. No, I was kidding. We're filling
Don't
in.
do it.
It's a
The
trap.
potato lord will be angry.
You will be smited by the potato. You may become a French fry. Or a tater
You know what
tot.
happens when you get hit in the face with a potato gun?
How
How about 100 of
Hey.
them?
That shit's nutty.
Okay. Okay, serious. Let's see. Where were we? Oh, yes. Yes. That moment.
Just bring the audience up to speed. What is happening?
Well, let's see. How should I put it? They're all gonna die. It's gonna be okay. They'll be
yeah.
resurrected into the Matrix, and that's where they will have to figure out what to do. No, I'm kidding.
Joke's on you,
No.
I can go back for one fatal kill.
Okay, they
I'm
all
good.
dogpile Overload, and they just kill him.
I have immunity towards death. Thank you.
No.
I have a +1 advantage to death.
All right. No, but oh god. Whew. Let me take a deep breath there. All right.
Breathe.
No.
You're the one leading the show here, buddy.
I need some oxygen. It's been a fun week. 3 weeks now of torture. Ugh.
Woosah.
Yeah. But no.
Woosah.
All right. Where our would-be bots are at currently, they're hovering in a ship that is stuck in an asteroid while Carbine is trying to retrieve data from a console where she could squeeze into. The three that are still out in the corridor with Gilgamesh, Overload, and that includes Aegis, who are all witnessing currently at this time these three, at least what they can see is three creatures that are shimmering, that are bending light around themselves. Void Striker is still currently back at the asteroid base of theirs, helping Felix try to figure out what happened to Rex and see if they can bring him back. As of current, they are sitting in a ship right now, trying to find information about where it was going and what these creatures are that are coming at them now. But they're trying to figure out what happened to Rex. And with all that information, is there anything you two would like to do beforehand? I'm going to give you an opportunity to do like perception check or something like that. That includes Aegis. And Overload, you get to control Aegis more in this scenario. So when it comes to his turn, you can kind of say what you want him to do.
I need to figure out first what I can do in
Yeah.
this situation.
So if you want to roll for like another perception or something, I'm going to give you this moment because these three things are staring at both of you, or all three of you. You can hear Carbine kind of through the opening of the doorway and between the rocks.
Mercer, what's your perception? What's your bonus on that?
My perception is a 6.
Okay, so you have it better. Could I assist him on his perception, or do you want me to roll my own?
You can assist him. I would allow it because you're all in this corridor where you are literally shoulder to shoulder with each other. And Aegis is still perched up on your shoulder, Overload.
Yeah, let me actually check what his perception is.
Yeah, because I got a +4, but if you got a +6, you'd have the best chance.
Damn, I have more perception than Aegis. God damn, and he's the eagle.
Yes.
Damn.
Now you got me curious. I'm like, wait a minute, didn't his stuff? Now I'm pulling it open just to see. It's like, wait a minute. Holy crap, he's right. Oh, wow. Okay. Huh.
Man, I can't believe I'm better than a bird.
You feel the talons of Aegis dig into your shoulder.
The eyes of war.
You swear you're getting stared into, and you feel these eyes burning into your skull as you're sitting there.
So, roll your perception with advantage. Let's see what can we see.
Because I know you guys did perception before, but I'll let you do it. Whoa.
24.
Okay. With that overload, you can see these creatures. You make out that they're kind of got a low profile, and that they're kind of, yeah, there's one on the ceiling. Well, actually, there's two on the ceiling. They're kind of side by side, but they're one's a little further back than the other, just kind of like behind the other. The other one's kind of perched kind of in the corner of the hallway because there's zero gravity right now. And they're all three kind of looking your guys' direction. You can make out there's
so there are three of them.
There are three currently right there. And overload, because your perception is so high, you kind of notice there's something kind of protruding off the top sides of them, it looks like, or you can make out what looks like possibly tails that are curled up and over.
Okay, I'll relay that first off. And I actually have a tactic in mind. Since we're in darkness, yeah?
Yes. Well, you have your lights on, and Gilgamesh, he doesn't need lights. He's got... So you could turn off your lights if you wanted to.
Oh, no, I'm going to use tactical warfare. I'm going to use tactical warfare right here. I'm fucking strobe lights.
As you do, you can see them wince back a little bit, but then they just stand right, they kind of perch back up. So in your position, you're normal to the hallway. Right now, they're kind of upside down to you guys. And you see them move back a little bit, but then they kind of step back forward again, like nothing's phasing them right now.
Wow. There goes my one tactic.
They're just sitting there. They're not moving.
Okay. I do want to try something. It's kind of a similar trick to what I did quite a while ago. Dancing lights.
I mean, you got to give it to me. That was at least a smart idea.
No, it's fine, but I'm gonna create a distraction because our goal right now is to buy Carbine time to pull whatever information she can out of the ship. So, the longer we can prolong the attack, the more time we can give her to get it, so we can get out. So I'm going to project. How far is this hallway? How long is it?
It's about 30 feet. These things are just about 25 feet from you guys. They're not very far away. Is there a door
at the end of the hallway that's open?
Let me try to remember how I laid that out in my head. Because you guys came up you came up an angle. You're technically at a spot where the hallway would cross back over. So you're at the bridge right now, or what's left of it. And you have the captain's door to your left. There was the other quarters off to the right. That's just down the halls. Or hall. Ugh.
So what I'm doing is I'm gonna put the 4 lights behind them. I'm combining them to take on a small, well, it's actually a medium-sized form. But it's gonna be like a brilliant light that's gonna be behind them. Like at the end of the hallway.
Okay. So, let's see. Oops. I lost my sheet. And it was here a second ago. Give me. Right? That one doesn't. That one will see it. Okay, the two on the ceiling turn to see these little dancing lights of yours. The other one doesn't move. It just keeps looking in like Overload's direction.
Carbine, how we doing right now?
She's silent for a moment. I'm working on it. I'm getting more data. It's spotty though. It's not great. Some of it's corrupted. I'm trying to. What in the world?
Take
No,
your
couldn't be.
time. We have them
Okay,
distracted.
sorry. Okay. And you see the one that's looking at Overload kind of shift in the direction of you for a moment, then in the direction of where Carbine is, and it's watching kind of where the sound is coming from currently.
I'm moving in front of the hole. I'm going to stand in front of it so it's completely blocked.
Let me think. Hang on. Thinking of something that I planned out.
And I'm still in my defensive posture with my blade held up. But the energon's not activated yet until I swing.
How do you move? Do you just kind of slide quietly?
Yeah, I would just like do a quiet and slow sidestep.
Okay. You do this sidestep, and I'm not going to even have you roll for this part of it. It doesn't shift its movement. It's still looking in the direction of the last thing it's heard. And it's looking directly at the hole where Carbine is. You can hear...
So I want to do a thing.
Oops.
Because of the lights that are at the end of the hallway, there should be some light shining in my direction. I'm going to turn my blade so some of that light is going to reflect off my blade at the one that's looking at in this direction, trying to gain his attention.
You reflect just a little bit of light off, and you notice it kind of does the same thing like when Overload flashed his strobe lights. It kind of shifts back, and then it tips back forward like it's being affected by it, but then it stops. But it's still looking in the same direction right now.
So the moment it moves within range of me, I'm going to ready an attack.
Right? And as we do that, I have to find something that seems to be doing its own thing. I don't remember clicking it. Oh, I know what it's doing. Never mind. Let's just do this. Oops. There. Shut up. There. I don't know if that's playing at all, but it's got to try.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, good. One of them was still playing. I forgot it does it for this particular map. That's why it kicks on. So, as you ready your attack, you have an advantage right now. It's not moving. It's just staring. The other two are being distracted right now.
So I'm waiting for it to move. If it's just standing there staring, I'm not going to do anything. But
it's just standing there, just looking directly. Last place it's at is where Carbine is.
So wait, they're not being affected by the lights.
Two of them are.
They are distracted because they're bright, but they're not like your strobe where they're flashing constantly.
But as soon as they heard sound, their attention moved.
Yes. I'm allowing this because your perception is high enough that you guys will see this stuff.
Do you
Most
think
of my stuff is for silence, so I don't really have a sound distraction.
I do?
There you go.
Because I can do thaumaturgy.
Oops.
There you go.
So can I make a footstep movement coming from the door?
Yes.
I will do that. As if like they're getting quieter.
Like they're walking away.
Yeah. Well, I guess not walking, but more like a sprint go away.
Oh, that works. Yes.
See if that does anything.
That one. That one. They all three, the first two that are watching the lights, you see them, all three of them kind of perk up. Like you see them physically stand up a little higher. You guys suddenly can make out more of those look like stingers that are wrapped over. They look more like a scorpion now because you can kind of make out through the shimmering from the dancing lights. There's pincer claws, and they're fairly big. They're probably about close to the size of Aegis, so they're not real small. So they're pretty big. They kind of all perk up. The first two that are watching the lights, suddenly you see one scurry down, and they start following that sound. You can hear them, and the one that is watching where Carbine was, the sound is just loud enough to cover any sounds that she's even making or any of what you guys do. And it turns and you can see it literally wrap around the wall and you can hear it and you hear them kind of skittering away and chasing whatever the sound is.
All right. Okay. That makes more sense now. So I'm just gonna turn my head towards Gilgamesh and just give the signal, just be quiet.
He just nods, seeing exactly the same thing. He understood what happened there, so he gets it.
Now considering that they're attracted to noise, I have to stay put.
And I'm gonna just mentally relay this to Carbine that it's they're attracted to sound, so try to be a little quieter as you continue your work.
And she starts to say out loud, "Oh yeah," and then she goes, "Sorry," and you can hear it mentally. "Sorry, yes, okay, I'm almost done. I
don't need to whisper mentally.
Oh, sorry."
We're okay.
She's just really nervous, and Aegis just kind of like he's sitting there on your shoulder, overload,
Be
like,
calm.
I
understand you're nervous, but be calm. We're not under attack. They're distracted. You have your window. Make best use of this time.
Okay, I'm almost done. I think there's a lot of body information here.
Pull everything you can. You have all the time you need right now.
And she's sitting there. You can suddenly hear some static kind of coming over your comms. And it's broken. You can just hear these sounds. And it sounds like Phoenix trying to communicate with you guys. But he's not getting through to you. And all you can make out is there's something happening. And you can suddenly, you hear scraping sounds. And suddenly the ship starts to move. Because you guys are stationary and you kind of feel the ship shift to the one side and starts to move. And you hear a loud thundering. And you can hear the static still coming from Phoenix. You can make out his voice here and there, but you can't understand what he's saying. And Carbine's freaking out at this point, and she's not being quiet. She goes, I'm having a problem here. And she starts, you can hear you can see the rock and everything start to shift around in the bridge. And then suddenly you guys hear this skittering sound, but it's not running towards you. You can see these scorpion things run past the hallway.
Reaching in I'm reaching into the hole. I'm telling Carbine to get out of there now.
She's like, I'm trying to. Now I think I got it all. And you can hear scraping sound from her and her claws scratching to get out. And she goes, I don't think I can get out. And the asteroid starts to shift more and tear around. And you can feel and hear the ship starting to tear and rip. And she's sitting there. I think I can get out another way. Just get out. Get out now. There's something bad happening. She's trying to run through. You hear her skittering through. I found an opening through a vent system. It's dark in here. Thankfully, I could see. Just get out quickly. Something bad's happening. I can hear it. And you hear her claws through the comms and everything. Ching, 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 ching.
We need to start moving.
Aegis is like, we got a problem. Like, big problem. You guys start to make your way down the corridor, and it banks to the right again. You see Overload in your lights. You can see those scorpion things like skittering around and trying. It looks like they're trying to get out. And they're running kind of like, you hear them, you can see them on the walls and the ceilings, part of the ship, just kind of skittering. And it's like they're making their way out to get out of the ship. Or at least to a safer section. So you guys are literally following these things out.
So they're running from something else.
They hear you guys, you will get down the corridor. You guys look to left. You see the ship is twisting and getting, in a sense, crushed and ripped, like it's being twisted.
I think our presence is the cause of that.
As you
time to ponder about it. Time to move.
Yeah, you start to see these things. One of them is looking around, but it doesn't pay any attention to you and just keeps on running. And you can see it skittering, and you see it drop the cloak, and you see a couple others start to drop their cloaking. And you see they're outright like scorpion-like creatures with these, it looks like forked tails with, they're probably venomous on the tail. And you see their claws, and this is when you realize that they can see in the dark, but they can also sense sound. But right now, they've got all this ship just making this racket, and they're trying to get away from it. So you're still behind them. You guys come down to the end of the corridor where it banks straight to the opening that's to the right of outside that doorway that you came through originally. And you can see some of these things are like climbing out and going out on the outside of the ship.
Yep, we're just rushing back to the airlock where we tried to enter in and get the hell out of here.
As you guys get closer to the exit, you see the last, possibly few of these things. They don't care about you because you're not making a sound. They literally, there's a couple that are close to you, both you and Overload. So Gilgamesh, you feel one of them land on you and literally shove off of you, kind of shoving you back a bit, using gravity, like, because it's 0G. You see it fly past Overload's head and like bang off of him. And Aegis is like, whoa, okay, that was a little too close. And it didn't even register you guys being there. But you can see prominently that these things have some nasty claws, and that you see the stinger kind of dripping with something as it kind of floats by you guys. You hear Carbine over the comms. You guys can hear all this. I think I might be stuck or trapped. I don't know. I don't know which way to go. I have 3 paths. Up, left, and right. And there's a lot of sounds coming from every direction, and I don't know which way to go.
Are we...
Oh,
is the ship visible from where we are now? Now that we're closer to where we came into, excuse me.
You guys can see out the opening. You see these scorpion things are climbing up the side of the asteroid, and just kind of like making their way. You see Phoenix has moved back and away, and he comes across your comms. Pilot, Captain, do you read? Do you read me? And he's just repeating over and over, trying to get through to you. Aegis, Carbine, do you copy? And he's just methodically just repeating your names. And he's trying
Phoenix,
to get.
This is Gilgamesh. I need you to lock on to Carbine signal and figure out where she is in the ventilation system.
I will get on it. You guys need to get out of there now. The ship, it's tearing apart. There was another, and as he says this, you can see him maneuver over to the left real fast as a chunk of asteroid kind of floats just right by him. He goes, hang on, and you can see him drift the ship over just enough, and you see this other chunk of asteroid just kind of float by you guys, and you see other debris pieces. And he goes, locking onto Carbine, the signal, I was trying to get through to you all. I can't get a solid lock. She is near your position? No, she's not near your position. Hang on, I'm going to maneuver around. You see him drift the ship over, and he's like, well, never mind. I'm not going that way. And you see another huge chunk of asteroid floating by. He's trying to lock onto her, and he goes, I am not getting very good lock, but she is close, but I can't get a solid lock on her. It is impossible. And he's trying to. Yes, Overload? And you could hear her getting really nervous, and she's trying to stay calm.
Could you try knocking on the metal below you?
Yes.
See if we can possibly get a better ping on you. And I guess I'm going to try my best to like listen in to see if I can hear her.
She pounds 3 times. You guys don't hear her. You can do a perception. All three of you. I'll do if you want. Actually, I'll Overload. I'll let you roll for Aegis's perception if you want.
All right. And because we would be assisting each other, 25 and 20.
So you feel Aegis kind of grip you a little tighter. He's not digging into you. He goes, "Did you hear that?"
Yes. Can you give me a direction?
And he kind of gestures toward where you think possibly Rex had come out of a storage area or some kind of transport area. He gestures in that direction, but he's kind of, I don't know if she's over that part though, but that's the closest direction. So it's right across from the opening where you guys came in at.
I'm going straight to it, and I'm knocking twice on the wall.
And you hear just so lightly, Overload and Aegis can hear it louder, but you hear this.
Is that you?
Yes, I think so. I can't tell. There's a lot of noise, and it sounds like you. Is it? Oh, geez. And you hear this loud scraping noise, and she's just, you can hear her panicking and moving about. But you guys on the outside of the ship, you can see parts of the ship are tearing into the ship itself and being pushed around by parts of another asteroid. It's like chunks of rock coming off.
Is there any vent opening? Is there anything on the wall that I can see?
We don't need a vent opening. As I'm just going to activate my fucking energy sword and just cut into the ventilation.
I was going to do that, but I was concerned about her position because I don't want to stab her.
We're close, but not that close.
You hear over the comms, just do it! He just yells at both of you to do it at the same time. She's just like, just do it now! I'm on the move! You can hear through the comms her claws digging fast, and you can just hear her panic.
So yeah.
Okay, I'm taking my energy rapier and I'm I'm doing a lightsaber.
Synch-
I'm cutting through the wall.
Synchronized. Yeah, synchronized slash.
slicing.
Yep. We're opening a hole through the wall.
And then
my
Carbon
God.
could see the exit better. I'll do the strobe lights to more or less give a signal.
You two slash. It actually, both of you roll me a strength check for this crap because I want to see how much strong. Because you're burning right through the wall, but I want to see how strong you are doing it. Oh Jesus!
And we'd be assisting each other at this
Yep,
point. So
you're-
16 and 17.
Okay, so you both slam through, and you're literally cutting a chunk out. Carbine goes, "I see you," and she's panicking, and she runs up, pull, and you suddenly.
Yeah, I'm reaching in. I'm pulling her out.
She's like, "No, just pull your blades," and she
Yeah,
just
I've already
runs-
pulled it out.
No, she sees your blades stuck in, and she's running up. She takes her claws and grabs into both of your blades, and that's why she said, "Pull now!" She's panicking, and you guys rip out. You see Carbine kind of fly across the corridor, and she's like, she lets go of your blades, and she rolls, and she lands on the wall, and she's like panicked, and her claws are stuck into the wall so deep that you can see indentations. She's like, "We need to go now!" And she jumps out.
I run and I pull her off the wall. If I have to yank her, I will.
Yeah.
And we're running.
Yeah, and you guys behind you, make a dex roll for both of you because you have the mini cons. Aegis is holding on to you overload like death grip. He's not letting go. So as you both launch out of the opening, the ship rips right where you guys were standing, starts to shred apart. And you see the asteroid smashing and crushing like it got whipped around by the ship, and it's just crushing the ship and tearing it apart. You can feel Carbine holding onto your arm with a death grip at this point, Gilgamesh. Aegis is like, "I've got you, go overload," and he kind of moves down to your lower back, and he kind of grabs on, and he kind of guides you around and moves you over closer to Gilgamesh to grab a hold of him. And Phoenix is maneuvering to try and catch you. And you hear Aegis over all of you. Copy that, trying to maneuver, and he's like struggling because you're a big bot overload, okay? And he's trying to maneuver the three of you together. And you see the door of Phoenix open up, and you can see him maneuvering. He goes, you swear he was gonna just say something else, and he's just like, "Never mind, just get here now." And his tone changes.
I'm guessing we can dead shot see it, yeah?
Yes, at this point now you can.
And how far away are we? Because I feel like we're going to be in a lot of danger currently.
You were still about well, the ship was closer at the time because Phoenix was able to, but he had to maneuver back quite a distance. So you're about 250 to 300 feet, depending on how much debris you guys want to try and dodge right now, because there's a lot. That's why Phoenix is trying to keep his distance.
You want a speed boost?
Say again?
You want a speed boost?
Is this the path of least resistance?
Aegis is
Can be.
Aegis is like, "If you got something, you better pull it out now because we got stuff floating in fast, and I'm not talking nicely." And he's getting kind of sounding like more of a guard sound, like he's maneuvering himself to take the hits more than he is to allow you guys getting hit, because you can feel him rotate.
Aegis attached to Gilgamesh.
Are you sure? You can hear him struggling.
Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and grab Gilgamesh's arm.
So Aegis climbs over, and he kind of retracts his wings to do this. And Gilgamesh, you can kind of feel him grabbing around you, and you feel his talons kind of grip into your waist. And he holds on to you, and he kind of folds his wings more around you, so you're more encased now. He goes,
All right, passengers, welcome to the Overload Express. One-way trip to Phoenix. Buckle your seatbelts and hang on tight as I'm gonna spin around with my rockets going. Boost.
as you guys feel this immediate thrust, it just is like, oh, this is gonna end badly. And
I'm helping Aegis try to steer, since I'm kind of the acting pilot in this scenario.
he's like,
Yeah, because it's gonna take a bit longer for me to get to you guys, but you'll be out of Phoenix.
you see some debris coming at you, and Aegis Gilgamesh, you kind of maneuver him just enough, and he dodges around it, and you kind of float through the debris real fast that's floating past, which is literally like a projectile. He goes, "Oh, we're not out of the clear yet," and he sees another chunk, and this one's a flat piece, just kind of twisting, like spinning, and he goes, "This is going to be fun."
Yeah. Is it possible for me to rocket? And if I need to, I can also cast Misty Step to make me go more further than them.
If
able to
you'd
do that?
like, yeah, I'd allow it because you're still able to use a lot of your abilities here. It's
Then
just your space.
With my rockets going, I'm gonna Misty Step to get further than them. And considering an asteroid's, you said it's a flat one, yeah?
Yeah, it's like part of the ship. Literally, is just spinning, so it's a flat chunk of it. So you're seeing a piece of the hull just flipping around. It's gonna be close.
Hopefully this interaction is gonna end soon because I need to go help with something. But so with me casting Misty Step and going further than them, and with my rockets still going, is it possible for me to break through the asteroid? Because it's a flat piece, and since it's flat, it's more likely to break in the middle.
It is just ship debris, so
Give me a strength check on it if you do. Oh my god!
Is it an advantage since I'm using thrusters as well?
Yes, you do have it because I know you're
21.
using. Okay, you are right in front of him. You pop up, you literally, and just as it spins, Aegis is like, "Oh, great! This isn't gonna feel good if we hit it." But all of a sudden, you're just popped in front, and he's like, "Oh." You rip a hole right through it. This piece just tears open, like you just hit it and nothing. Like it was nothing, like tissue paper.
he just Supermaned a hole through this debris.
Yeah, he literally, and you guys are right behind him, and he's like, "No, that's cool," and he's just floating with you, Gilgamesh. Carbine is still curled up against you, Gilgamesh, kind of like, I don't want to look. I don't want to know.
And now considering that punch is more likely going to lower my speed and they're going to go past me, I hope you enjoyed Overload Express. Make sure to tip your driver.
As you guys get closer, Phoenix comes across. He goes, "You should be clear now." With that, Aegis you see his wings fold out, and he goes, "Off you go!" And he literally does a quick detaches from you, Gilgamesh, and pushes off of you, and he fires you into Phoenix. Not real fast, but fast enough to get you there a little quicker, but not to slam you into the back of the inside of the cargo bay. And so you see him kind of do a big old loop and come back around, and he goes, "I got you, big guy." And he comes down and he grabs a hold of you, Overload, and he goes, "Let's go." and then
just get us closer, just rocket boost as well.
He's like, "Oh, can we just do this some days without having to be in a situation?" And he's just like, "This is so much fun." And he literally lets you go, and he kind of flies up. You guys all kind of float into the cargo bay, and he's out there for a moment, and he's just you see his wings completely spread out. And for the first time, you see them fully in since the first time you saw him, Overload, with his wings spread out, and the light is just glimmering and bouncing off of him. And he's just kind of glowing a little bit. And he kind of folds his wings in and whoosh, shoots into you really fast. And he kind of looks like a little streak for a split second. And he kind of stops, flapping his wings in place to stop him. And he kind of goes, not like I have air here, but I still have propulsion. And he kind of grabs a hold of you and lands. You guys suddenly feel a bit of gravity and you kind of lower to the floor. And the
Okay.
doors close. And Phoenix is like, I'm getting us out of here now. And you can feel the ship maneuver away.
Yeah, you guys go to the pilot. I'm gonna sit here for now.
Yeah,
That's-
you rest up, big guy.
That spinning got to me a bit.
Aegis is like, you'll get used to it
Yeah.
some days.
Yeah, you can tell this one hasn't jumped out of many planes before. He just taps him on the chest as he walks by.
No, I haven't spun that fast in a while.
So, yep, I'm still
Oh my
carrying
God.
Carbine, and I'm
No
walking
problem.
up to the bridge.
So, while Overload kind of gets himself situated, you make your way up there. Carbine hasn't kind of uncurled from your arm. She's kind of still attached to you. And she hasn't looked up. She's kind of just, she looks like she's a part of your arm almost because she blends with your coloring. But she hasn't let go of you. She's kind of just wrapped herself around you. And like,
I'm
like,
I'm
nope.
just kind of just holding her as I go. I'm just like just letting her just kind of relax on her own.
And you guys make your way up to the bridge, and you hear Phoenix, I should have seen that coming. I apologize, sir.
What happened?
Asteroids. I didn't anticipate them. They seemingly came out of nowhere, and I should have detected them sooner.
It just came out of nowhere?
Yes, I do not understand myself. I should have been able to detect that. But they were traveling really fast. And he pulls up images of what's left of the ship, but he replays back. And you can see some of these chunks just randomly flying along, like pretty fast. And he goes, the closest asteroid belt isn't that far away from here, but to cause this many to fly out is unusual.
You mean deliberate?
Possibly. But not conclusive.
He kind of just sits in the pilot chair. Do you really, Phoenix, do you really think that a series of asteroids just happens to just fly in this direction just without warning?
No. That's why I calculated the trajectory.
Where did they come from?
That asteroid belt. But for it to be not on my sensors was unusual.
Why is that?
Not sure, but there was a discrepancy for a moment where, like I said, they appeared out of nowhere.
Someone knew we were going to come out here. This whole thing was a trap. What I find so strange is it's somehow connected to Rex, Overload's friend back in the station.
I have information on him. Carbine speaks up to you. And she kind of relaxes. Sorry, I was processing data and I was holding on tight.
I just gently kind of like set her onto the console and just sit back.
She
Well, sure,
climbs
you
up.
know.
She climbs up and she perches, and you get the backlight from kind of like the star that's nearby shining through, and you can see her tentacles kind of just come up off her back and float a little bit, like she's thinking. And she kind of tilts her head and her little tough tip to the side. She goes, I will pass data to Phoenix to show on screen. And you see the one tentacle kind of reach over and plug into the console. And it's like, wait, okay. Phoenix, like, putting data up. And it starts playing some video clip. She goes, it's not great, but it's there. Whatever they did to him.
He just sits back, kind of crosses his arms, and just, all right, go ahead and play what you got.
It's sporadic. You can see the first part of the video is kind of glitchy, digital looking pixels at first on and off, and it comes into view. You can see Rex. You can hear him. And he's holding this. Well, he's not exactly holding it yet. There's this hammer sitting in the middle of this, what looks like a small arena. And I don't know why you brought me here, but I'm ready to fight. I don't know what's going on. Filthy Autobots. And the slats up above kind of move up and out of the way. And you can see there's somebody with one eye looking down, one optic. Experiment 10162. Continue. And you see a door at the other end of this arena open up. We provided you with a weapon. Use it. Fine, I'll use whatever weapon I get. Wait a minute. You're a Decepticon. Why are you making me do this? And Rex realizes who he's talking to. And he looks down at the hammer. He goes, I'll fight. Is this going to make me a better warrior or something? Illogical right now. Just continue. And this organic creature comes out. It's massive. 6 legs on it. It kind of looks kind of like something that has part of a torso, but it's kind of looks like a scorpion, but no tail. Almost looks like a spider, but it doesn't have the 8 legs. But this thing is chomping and spitting and snarling, and he picks up the hammer, it arcs, and he's like, oh, I like this. And you suddenly see Rex's optics kind of shift color for a moment. You hear Shockwave. Fascinating. And he's sitting up there on a tablet or something and just observing. Oh, fine, I'll kill it. And this thing charges at him. He takes the hammer and he arcs, and you see this electricity arcing through, and he slams down, and he literally obliterates this creature. But the electricity goes up his arm and into his body, and you just hear him screaming in pain. He goes, subject is flawed, but still functional. And you hear him call over, retrieve him, replace his arm. And you hear a couple of these other bots, sir, we do not have parts like his. You kind of hear Shockwave. I said replace his arm. I didn't care with what. Use the ones we have. But, sir, and he just stares, and the bot, yes, sir. And just, they go down and retrieve him. Rex is kind of unconscious, but his arm looks like it's just been destroyed. You hear Carbine, it's not done yet. You see the next video. There's Rex again, but he looks pained and hurting. And I don't know what you did to me, and this arm, it's doing something to me. And you could see the arm kind of lurch around on its own. And you can kind of see it kind of reach back at him a couple times, but then it snaps back around, and you hear, interesting connection with other species. Fascinating. Continue with experiment. And he picks up that hammer again. He goes, I don't want to use this thing if it's going to keep hurting me like this. You will be upgraded very well soon. Continue with the experiment. Rex kind of, fine. Bigger creature comes out. This time it's bulky. Looks like it's got some mass to it. And you see him take the hammer, but this time he swings from the side at its torso, and you see the arcing, but this time it kind of hits him in the head, and you can see him flinch as he hits it, and you see that arcing hits the side of his head. And you see him go down. This time you can see him kind of struggling. That arm is kind of like moving around like it's trying to do something.
He's just sitting there quietly watching the footage, just thinking and analyzing.
Carbine looks over at it and she pauses it. There's more, but it's mostly his procedures. I think I don't know if Overland wants to watch this ever. It's disturbing.
Do we know how long ago this was? Is there a timestamp somewhere?
It's dated a long time ago. But if they say he was taken when Felix saw him, it was long after that. I can't give you an exact, there's not really a date fulfilled on this. It's just done many years ago. The cycles have passed, and I think he's been like this for a very long time.
This organism that they attached to him, any idea what it is?
She kind of snaps up the other tentacle, and she kind of like, it's not really an organism. And she goes, it's this. And she plays back where there's the two operating tables side by side. You see Rex, whose arm is decimated on the first one, and you see on the other one, it's a spark eater strapped down, can't move, but you can see it grabbing and trying to undo its, like, get out of its bindings, and it's biting and snapping at, but they cut its arm off, and you can hear it scream this horrible and it sounds really bad. And they bring it over to Rex, and they've already removed his arm. He's unconscious. They start attaching this Spark Eater's arm to him. That's why it looks the way it does. And you can see it automatically start to try to hook up. And they're sitting there. You can see them welding and connecting and doing stuff. And you see this thing start to twitch and move. And it starts to reach out and grab one of the bots. And they literally rip the hand away and strap it down. And she goes, that's not it. It's not done yet. Another clip. Fast forward to, she goes, this was after that fight. He is laying there again. This time, part of his head has been tore up really badly from that arc hammer strike. You see that same Spark Eater, but this time they took it from its head. Parts of it. And they literally welded on to his head parts of this Spark Eater. Carbine stops the video, and all you can see is the face of Rex half this thing, half him.
Well, Carbine, I'm not a scientist, but what would happen to someone theoretically if a Spark Eater's body part were to become part of them?
She transforms and she's in her bot form, and you can see her thinking. The tendrils kind of are coming off of her arms a bit, and she's kind of moving them around like she's thinking. And you see one of them kind of tapping on her head. Well, theoretically, it could try and take over the host. Unless the host, I don't know, can resist it, which it seems like he was trying to when he had the arm. I don't know with his head. His memory banks might be getting corrupted because of it. His spark even may get corrupted from it. But he's not exhibiting spark eater tendency to attack us.
That's also because he's under sedation. Remember, we did have to pick him up in an arena, and he did have to fight Overload.
Yes, but he's been like this for how long? This is him probably trying to fight with whatever it is. And if it's this spark eater, it could be really dangerous. If Shockwave has, excuse me, caused the pain by connecting the spark eater to him, it may be trying to take him over, and he's been fighting it. So what we saw was really mostly a spark eater. But if Overload got through to him just for a moment, he might still be in there. He's just fighting it, and he may be losing.
Considering how long he's been like this, I'm assuming the idea of removing these Spark Eater parts may not be much effect, would it?
If he's been like this for many years, and I mean, and she kind of does like quotations, many, he might not be able to be saved. He might turn into Spark Eater, and I don't want to tell Overload that.
Well, you don't need to be the one to tell him, but he does deserve to know the truth. And if so, he can hear it from me. In the meantime, I do want to see if there is some way that we can at least try.
Maybe
Relay the information that we have to the good doctor at the station. Tell him we need a medical opinion.
and we will need Boyd Striker's help too, even though sometimes he makes me nervous. He still has helped. We need possibly a lot of help. I've never encountered this personally.
Yeah, well, we keep running into Shockwave's abominations, and this is just another one. It's bad enough he's pretty much watching me and watching my every move in the hope that he can catch me. Now we can happen to find that he's been toying with our comrade's friend for millennia. Longer, even.
Yes. I will relay the information quickly now, and maybe there's still hope.
That's all we can try to do right now.
You see her kind of pacing a little bit, but she's also fidgeting still. She's
Still
already
feeling all anxious after that encounter back there.
yes, but there was something else. Yes, I was scared, but I saw your blades and I just grabbed on and I knew it was the right thing to do, but that's not what bothered me. It said
Well,
there
speak
was
your mind.
the possibility my home, it may still be out there somewhere. There were
Well,
files, and I found information. It just may not be where it's at. And she's really kind of, Gilgamesh, do you have the map with you?
it's in my possession.
Could you activate it? And she's really fidgeting. I'm I guess I just kind of want to know if it's pointing home.
Can I make a perception check on her?
Yes. Oops, gotta flip screen. There we go.
11.
You look at her, you really just see her fidgeting. She's just kind of looking at you, kind of nervous. And
Carbine,
she
you seem rather anxious right now.
just, I, it's just something in the file kind of said, and it didn't really say it. It was kind of mentioning a device. And I'm wondering if that's what it meant. If it's a compass to our home. I know I grabbed it too much. Never mind. She kind of turns and transforms back into caracal form, and she kind of hops over to the other console, and she just kind of sits there quietly looking out the windows. She's kind of looking into the stars, and you can see her eyes glinting a little bit here and there from the light shining.
Carbine, you know I have every intention of seeing what's at the end of this little rainbow road. But we still have to be incredibly cautious considering who we're up against and what we've already had to deal with in our past.
She doesn't turn her head, but she goes, I know. And that's, she doesn't really move. She just kind of keeps looking out the window. That's all she says.
He's going to turn back to the console and he's going to look over the data. Is there anything about that ship that I guess I'm looking at a comparison, like the little scorpions that we ran into on the ship, did they look similar to what Rex fought in the arena in those clips?
Similar to the first one, but there was no tail. It was a different like back. They were similar, but they're not the same. They're a different species of creature.
Okay. I was just curious if there might have been a connection between the two.
The ship doesn't have really any identifier on it other than a series of numbers. That's really it. It has no name. It's not even an invoice kind of thing. Not even a log of it, really. You just have a log of what information they were carrying, what they were, in a sense, going in a direction, but it doesn't actually even tell you what direction.
Carbine, I hope you trust me enough to know that I'm keeping the object safe for everyone's benefit.
She hops back over eagerly. She goes, I know. I guess I was just getting a little homesick. It's kind of still painful. But did you look at the captain file?
That's what I was gonna look into next as he's continuing to sift through the data.
She goes, oh, it's she kind of touches the screen with her claw and she taps at it right here. This one. I didn't get a chance to look at it, but it's kind of a video file with some text with it.
All right, let's look it over. And is this the last entry in the log that
Yes.
might? Okay.
You're seeing the
Perfect.
last couple of entries. It's all that she could really retrieve that is legibly playable.
So then we're gonna go in then the chronological order, the third to last, second, and then last one.
You're both sitting there. She's looking at it upside down, but she doesn't move. And the video starts to play. And you see this bot. And it was the same bot that you found in the captain's quarters. We're sent out here working with Autobots, working with Decepticons. What side are we on? We don't know. But this is a captain's log. I might as well keep it as a. And he's like, I'm not even the captain. It's just a ship we're supposed to take to this secret location. Pilot's the only one with the coordinates, so for a captain, you'd think I'd know where we're going. Crew have been complaining about some noises. This trip is supposed to take a while. And you hear in the audio log, you hear a little scraping sound. Oh, great. What was that? Now I'm hearing things. Whatever. And you can see that he's not a. Like, he's not actually really trying to be like, bad or mean or good, even. He's just there. And he turns, he goes, all this stuff we're supposed to transport. He holds up a power cell. And he goes, I don't know why we're transporting these. These are only good for, well, and he spins it. Carbine immediately stops the video. And she looks at it, and she comes around and she looks at it with you. And she goes, Phoenix, can you zoom the image on the bottom of it? And Phoenix is like, yes, Carbine, I can. And you see him blow up the image, and he tries to clean it up. That's one of our power cells. And she taps the screen again. Phoenix, go ahead and return it to back. These power cells are only good for certain things, and I don't even know what they are. And he's looking right at the symbol. He doesn't even know what it is. He's like, I don't even know what these things are, but they make a nice lamp. And he sets it down. And she kind of like cringes, like, don't do that. And then the log, he kind of cuts off with, I'm just going to stop here. And he cuts it. Second log is probably like a few cycles, like days later, in a sense. So he's sitting there. He goes, we have lost 2 crew to something. We're not sure what happened, but it seems like they died suddenly, and we're not sure what's going on. We quarantined that section of the ship, but there's more complaints of sounds and skittering. We're not sure if that's something. One of the crew swore he saw something, and he hasn't come out of his quarters. He won't even work right now, so we're having to pick up the slack, so to speak. As is, we're down 2, and we got another one who's scared to come out of his quarters. Don't know what's happening here. This ship, I swear it's haunted. And then whatever's in the back is making a lot of racket. I mean, I swear it thumps every once in a while and the ship moves. At least that cargo's not. At least we know what's in back there. Well, we don't really know. It's just we think it's a creature. Sorry. The captain just kind of shifts in his seat. You can see him pivot around. I swear. And he kind of, you can see he's kind of worried. And I swear I've seen something too, but I don't. As captain, I don't want to freak out the crew. The pilot said we are to stay the course and keep flying. The pilot was really unsure of flying near one area where we may have picked up hitchhikers, and not good kind. But there's no possibility. Nobody's gotten anything since they've flown around there in a long time. At least that's what we were told. Not anyway. And he cuts the signal. Last log, you can see him kind of frantic. There is something on this ship. This one goes on for a little longer. He goes, I swear, we're all seeing something. Even the pilot goes, I don't like this. I'm going to go back with the other crew if this keeps up. I ordered him to stay his course. Wherever we're going, we need to get there. And he stayed, but he goes, I'm locking this door. As he's saying certain things, you hear skittering and that sound. Wish I knew what it was. There's something about we've already lost. I should have reported this first. We already lost a few more bots. We're down to whoever's left. Right now, it doesn't matter if we're Autobot, Decepticon. This job isn't worth it. And you can see him look down at his chest, and he goes, these symbols aren't even real. They're just... And he literally takes the symbol off his chest. He goes, it's a joke. I'm going to die for it. This kind of job. We were brought in, told to just do these things, take these bots, take them to different areas, ship these things around. There's weird creatures we're hauling, and now we've got these hitchhikers. What am I supposed to do? And my power cell disappeared. I'm assuming one of the crew took it. And you see him shifting in his chair for a moment, and he stands back up. And he goes, I have no idea what's going on, but there is only about 3 of us left. We don't know what happened to one of the crew. 2 of them locked themselves in the one room. There was some blaster fire. We figured they offed each other because we haven't heard anything since. Nobody wants to go near it. As soon as he starts to talk about the cargo has gotten really out of hand and the ship has been shifted around, he swears a few more times. From behind, you both see something moving. He's not even seeing it. He doesn't even hear it. The door kind of opens and you see it move in. And you see him still talking away just about oblivious things. Talking about how the ship has been running, crew. He stands up and all of a sudden he literally just stops talking. And his mouth's open. His optics are just staring ahead. You kind of see his head detach from his body. And everything kind of goes gray. And you see one of these creatures. And it's one of those scorpion things. Literally has stabbed him in the back of the head and ripped his head off, killing him. And you see the creature literally shake its tail to get the head off, lets go of the rest of the body, and it just kind of drops where it's at, along with the head. And then the transmission cuts and goes to static.
Well, from the sounds of it, we can rule out that these creatures came from an outside source. It's most likely they were transporting these things, and some of them got loose. But
Well,
if that's the case, they were not only transporting these scorpion-like creatures, but they were also transporting Rex. Were we able to figure out where they were going with this?
no.
Hmm. Not even in their flight path, and there was no destination?
There was no real flight path recorded, but Carbine pulls up this file and she taps it and opens it, and she goes, it shows a few points where they did stop. And she kind of makes a line with 3 points, and they're all kind of going into a void area. And she goes, it goes off the map here. Phoenix comes across. That section has been scrubbed from a system. We have no part of the navigation for it.
Can I compare that map with the navigational data that I have on the compass and where it leads to? And is it pointing in the same direction?
You can try. We can roll for. Let me see.
I mean, because I recorded the information when
Oh.
when it showed that direction, so I just have it
Oh, okay. That would
mentally
work.
stored.
You pull it up in your optics, so Carbine doesn't even see this, and Phoenix doesn't even know what you're doing. You
Yep.
overlay it, and you notice the lines are almost not identical, but very close to the same path. The coordinates you read show a little more to, like, it's in the same direction, but it doesn't line up with the other line exactly, but it's in the exact, like, in the same direction, like very close to the same area.
So that's where they were going. Right. It's not where they were coming from.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I had to take a drink.
Okay.
Something.
No, you're fine. I know you've been
Oof.
talking for a bit. That's fine.
Yes, that's where at least what Carbine can deduce with the lines. She puts it together for you, and she's picked that up from watching you and learning from you. She does nobody else has seen the other line though that you overlaid, so you're the only one that knows that.
Yeah.
Carbine just sits there and she goes, I don't know what's in there. But it's where this line leads. At least that's where it kind of looks like it leads. And you can see her tipping her head like in curiosity. And her little tufts are flipping back and forth. The tentacles are kind of like she's thinking. And you can see them kind of tapping and looking around, like they're moving around almost on their own. And she kind of lays them back and she goes, do you think there's something more in that area? And she kind of gestures toward the voided area. It's very big.
I'm almost certain that there is. There's just too many things that are just pointing to this void of space that is, unfortunately, seeming to be the source of a lot of problems.
As you're sitting there, she goes, oh wait, there was another file. It was an image. And she kind of, you see her pause, like scrolling the list up, and she stops it there, and she taps on it and she goes, what's this symbol mean? And she just kind of looks at you with the tufts tipped, and she's looking at you. As you, Gilgamesh, you would recognize it really easily. It's kind of like a pirate symbol. Not like the skull and crossbones, but of a pirate, that this is a known organization. They have like their own planet, even, or platform in a sense, but it's more of a small planet. And it's kind of where they all kind of hang out. They get back to, nobody goes there and messes with them because that's their territory.
But they're just kind of like outcast transformers.
In a sense, other species, they're kind of hodgepodge of everything. So they're like a pirate group. They will do business, but sometimes they're very unfair about it sometimes.
That symbol is for the outcasts. They are
Oh.
a group of bots and other alien species banded together. I personally haven't done business with them, but from what I understand, they're a very shrewd bunch. Not exactly fair in their trade practices. Even less so when it comes to matters of territory.
Oh. That's not good, is it? She's shaking her head no. It's like, no.
I'd be curious as to how that symbol is connected to all this. How are they connected to what's happening?
She kind of turns to you. Would it to be to buy things? Or get certain things?
I suppose if you're looking for something pretty discreet off the grid and perhaps stolen, you would want to reach out to these guys.
Huh. Hmm. Maybe we possibly try to talk to them? She's kind of or do we want to talk to them? She's really nervous,
Well, we could. I'm just not exactly sure what we're going to gain from them.
oh. Hmm.
We know that all this stuff came from, at least in some manner of speaking, Shockwave's work. And he's got labs and stations probably all over the galaxy, for all we know. He can be positioned anywhere, and we really don't have a chance to know where.
True. I guess so. Are you gonna tell Overload about these videos though? She's looking really concerned. Her ears kind of droop a bit, I don't know how he's gonna take this look.
He at least deserves to know the truth.
Well, if
I'm not
we
necessarily going to show him what happened, but I'm at least going to explain it to him.
well, maybe if the pirates get out of hand, he can hit them. Might make him feel better.
The other part that bothers me is the timing. If this happened an incredibly long time ago, I'm not even sure if these pirates are going to have any information worth seeking.
It'd be nice to know how they got one of our power cells.
It is interesting, isn't it? But weren't your people also scattered across the galaxy too? Wouldn't technology of yours winding up on a random planet be not as unusual?
True. I just kind of unusual that it was intact, but he said it disappeared. Do you think those creatures ate it?
I mean, it's entirely possible. We don't know what modifications were done to them, except they
And he said,
they were attracted to sound, which I'm not necessarily certain if that was one of their animalistic traits, but
sorry about that. Somehow I locked the door and I didn't know it. So as you're all sitting there, oh, getting distracted now, and then dog makes out.
I mean, it's entirely possible they could have ate it, but I mean, if they did eat a power cell like that, what could have happened?
Well, it's kind of a different form of energon, but none of those creatures acted weird.
At
So
least not one that we could see. But
as you're all
didn't
talking,
really spot one during the scuffle either.
Phoenix comes across. I am picking up something unusual because you're backed away from the debris, but there is something floating out there.
Can we get a visual on it?
He pulls up the camera and he brings it down and around, and you see him panning it, and you see it looks like some kind of crate. It's got markings on it, but you can't identify it.
What am I looking at, Phoenix?
Unknown, but it's radiating some kind of weird energy.
Like, how weird of energy?
I only encountered it once before. Well, twice. Now multiple times. And he kind of just goes silent for a moment. Minicon. Carbine looks it up like, that's me. I'm right here. No, the box. I detected you guys before now. That's how I'm able to detect that ship. I am calibrated to read that. I had to filter you out. Whatever is in that is radiating something.
I just looked at the carbine. Do you think it's safe to retrieve?
Well, our power cells are pretty stable. They just don't hit them or shoot them or generally blow them up because they go boom. But they got a good power, but it only works mostly with minicon stuff. So I don't know what good it would do for Phoenix.
I'm going to bring the ship about, and I want to kind of get closer to this box.
As you maneuver around, Overload, you're back. I see. What are you doing?
He wakes from his nap in the cargo bay.
Sitting.
Aegis is just sitting there jumping on him. Come on, wake up.
Power nap. Always good.
So Overlord had his short rest.
At least we got the information now, so that should get us one step closer to figuring out how to fix Rex now.
And he just kind of chimes in. And he's in his bot form, kind of standing down in front of you, and he looks up. Well, that's good, right?
Well, yeah, hopefully we can get him back to his original state. Though, I won't lie, the claw hand is kind of cool.
Yeah, that thing is wicked, but that's not really part of him. I mean, it is, but that thing's creepy.
Not to mention how he wouldn't be able to really hold his shotgun properly.
Oh, do you think he's gonna want that back? He's kind of
More than
grinning.
likely.
He's grinning at you while he said that. So,
Oh, yeah.
Well-
It's his shotgun. I'm just borrowing it currently.
yeah, but didn't you upgrade it?
Well, yeah. Hopefully he appreciates the upgrade.
Well, that's if he's in his right mind. Sorry, bad choice of words. He's mentally okay. He's just like, sorry.
The way I see it, he's just fighting an internal war.
You think so? I've never seen.
Well, he's not gonna give up his body that easily.
Well, whatever happened to him? That's interesting. Did you see that hammer? It's,
Actually, now I think of it, we didn't even grab the hammer.
I didn't see it there, so why don't we go up and see the rest of them? And as you do, you can see Aegis kind of shift a little bit. The ship's moving.
Turbulence, or are we on our destination?
We're moving in a kind of a direction, but he goes, I think we need to get to the bridge and find out what's going on.
All right, as I'm just gonna start getting up now. All right, let's catch up with the others then.
He kind of hops up and runs up the steps and heads up to the bridge where you both run into Gilgamesh and Carbine, who are maneuvering the ship around at this moment.
Phoenix, what's the best way we can retrieve the box without damaging it?
Well, there's a lot of debris around. We are unable to get close.
Retrieve a box.
And Carbine kind of points with her paw. Box. It's kind of like that one.
Box.
There's a cargo box out there floating that's emitting an energy source that's similar to the minicons.
Want me to fly out there?
Carbine
If you
doesn't-
think you can retrieve it, I wouldn't recommend being extremely cautious, considering if it is what we think it is, it's going to be number of power cores.
So do I get it?
You're all three sitting there, and you hear Carbine. You're a little slow on getting it. And she kind of gestures with one of her tentacles pointing out the window. You see Aegis flying out. You guys
no,
didn't
you
even.
No, you don't.
He's already gone. He's already flown out. You guys didn't even hear him or anything because he just kind of, when he heard Minicon, he just, nope.
You just stole your thunder.
Yeah.
Nah, bitch, I got rockets. I'm heading out.
You're going against Aegis who can fly with nothing else.
Yeah, I got fucking rockets.
Yeah.
He's got a head start on you too.
Yeah. And
You're on the bridge. You just watched him take off. He's got a head start.
Yeah, guys didn't even hear. And I rolled for this because I wanted to see.
Nah, I can just go out the exit hatch.
And he's already halfway there anyway.
Nah, exit hatch. I'm going.
Oh my god. It's turned into a
So yeah,
race.
Carbine, I guess that we're just watching him go out the exit and then just watching him through the window as he's flying in the same direction.
Rockets.
You hear over across the comms from Aegis. I can get this. This belongs to my people anyway, you idiot.
Well, I'm supposed to be somewhat of a guardian or peer or whatever, so I'm helping.
And what am I? They start arguing over the call.
Sidekick of a hero.
I am nobody's sidekick. You see him jet faster. You can see his wings kind of slope back a little more, like he's trying to be more aerodynamic, make him fly faster.
Don't make me messy step towards you.
I just kind of looked at Carbine. They kind of have a chicken and egg problem, don't they?
Oh.
What's a chicken?
It's just funny to think
Actually,
about.
better question. What's an egg?
Roll me a dex overload.
At advantage? 17.
Oh my! So right now you're matching each other's speed. So you're really not gaining on him, and he's not like gaining any distance between you. But he's sitting there. He goes, "I'm still gonna get to this thing before you."
Ah, I got a bigger friend than you.
That's true. As you suddenly
If
see his
they
wings.
crash that box into the ship and blow it up, I swear to the Allspark.
And you hear across the comms, Aegis is just sitting there, like, yeah, but I got maneuverability, and his wings come out, and he just swoops very smoothly around these objects that are in the way, and he just kind of.
What makes maneuverability when you got? I'm just gonna punch the rock for strength.
Oh no.
You hear Phoenix, this is not going to go well. Aegis
Do we
kind
have
of.
to dodge asteroid because someone just punched it?
It's not like I'm punching it towards you guys.
I want you to strength
No,
check it.
but random debris.
Get
You not know how space works.
Give me a strength check, Overload.
Yeah.
You punch through the first one. Give me another strength check. I'm gonna make you roll for each one of these.
Oh no.
That one you kind of punch, but you kind of deflect off, and now you're kind of at an angle, and you're kind of going off and to the right more, like off in a bit of direction. And you just like, am I gonna have to retrieve you too?
Did
Phoenix,
you
I
forget?
hope you have some asteroid defenses ready.
Already armed and ready. And you can hear the guns out on the outside at the front.
Now the question is, do I need to save my spell slots because there is going to be combat? I'm kind of tempted. God damn it! I'm kind of tempted. Fuck. No, I'll just adjust my rockets.
Aegis gets to the box real quickly, and he grabs on with his talons. He kind of turns around and he looks. I'm really gonna have to save you, aren't I?
No, I got this. I'm just gonna like just adjust my rockets to go towards the box.
He's like, he kind of takes it and he flies forward really fast, and he lurches it forward. Whoever's on Phoenix better catch, and flings it, and you see here Carbine. Oh no.
Okay, he flung the box. Okay, so that definitely calls for me actually using Misty Steps because I don't want to actually have damage go to it. Misty Step. I'm going in front of that box. I'm not having damage on Phoenix.
Carbine's like freaking out. We better catch that or slow it or something. Aegis, you idiot. And he's like, what? It's just our power cells. Do you remember what happened last time? Remember what he did the last time? You remember that bot who is no longer a bot? He's more like pieces. And you can see Carbine gesturing, and her tentacles are like going all over. And Aegis is like, oh, freaking out.
Yeah. So, was it possible for me to Misty Step in front of the box?
You Misty Step because you went off at an angle. You were able to Misty Step back in a direction. You just touch the box with your fingers, and you're able to kind of slow it down. So it's kind of spinning, but it's still kind of going toward Phoenix, but at a much drastic reduced speed. So now it's just kind of spinning on its side as it's going toward Phoenix. And Phoenix is like, I am not going to sit here if that thing collides with me hard. But at the speed it's traveling, I think he could probably just grab it out of the space. It's kind of sitting there, and he just is like, I am sorry. And he's kind of really feeling bad, like, I didn't mean to. I didn't think about that one.
Man, even I'm not that careless.
Well, it's our power cells. Usually we can handle this stuff. You know, not like you weaklings.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of flies up. He grabs onto you at the same time, and it's like, shall we go a little faster this time?
So he's already latched on to me, yeah?
Yeah, he's kind of giving you an assist at this point because you both can match each
Rockets.
speed. So between the two
Rockets.
of you, I'm not even going to have you roll for anything. You catch up to the box, and it's probably about 150 feet from Phoenix's bay doors, and he's got them open, and you can see him. You feel the ship automatically move back, like I don't want to get hit. Gilgamesh,
We
you
should
see the console controls move back, like
we should probably slow it down a bit more.
Carbine's just sitting there going, has her tentacles over her eyes, like, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. I don't. You. No. No. I don't want to look.
I'm like just hands kind of on the controls, ready to make an evasive maneuver in case things go sour.
Even Phoenix, you're all tensed up in the ship, like, Phoenix is like, okay, you're an acceptable speed now. As soon as you get in, gently set the box down. Can somebody else handle the box, please? You start hearing Phoenix kind of break his more computerish attitude and more of, I don't want to get blown up because you're being, a little bit careless with it, okay? And he just is like, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't think about it. I'm not one who handles this stuff all the time.
And yet you're the first one to fly out.
Well, Minicon.
Defender.
What am I?
Guardian.
No, okay, I'll accept that. As you both approach, you kind of feel the gravity start to pick up a little bit from the ship. You can tell that Phoenix has adjusted the gravity to let you come in. It's kind of like a nice, gentle landing. So you're able to just walk in. Phoenix or Aegis is on your back. He kind of climbs up and he perches and you can see him looking a little shameful. Like, I screwed that up really good. I didn't think that one out.
All right. Aegis, get the back. I'll get the front. We'll push it in.
It's not that big. You could just pick it up and move it.
So I'm gonna pick up Carbine and we're gonna go down to the cargo bay and meet them down there.
Carbine still has her tentacles over her eyes. She's like, I'm not looking still. I don't want to know. Did they die? We're obviously alive, right? And she moves one of the tentacles. She kind of looks with her eye like,
I mean, we clearly haven't gone boom yet, so I'd say we're okay.
great. Now we got something that may explode if we're not careful with it. Yay. See, you're being dramatic.
I
Then I'll
mean,
go ahead and carry the thing onto the ship.
we've carried a lot of explosive stuff in the past if you count our energon.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Susan's home. But you two make your way down. You see Overload with the box, and he just kind of still perching there, feeling shameful. Hey, Squeaky. What did you give me? Oh, she's getting the cage down. They're calling her. As you do, Carbine hops down and kind of runs over, and she's like gesturing you to like set it down carefully. And she's still in her clerical form, so she's looking at you, and she's looking at the box, and she goes, "Careful, do not drop it."
I'm not careless enough to drop something that's full of explosive material.
Well,
besides from that one mission.
She goes, "It's okay. I think we should be all right." So she transforms out of her form and back into her bot form. So she's standing there looking at, and she's going,
I'll just go ahead and carefully set the box down.
As you do, she goes, "This is our material too." She starts tapping on it. She goes, "This is made out of our stuff that we made. Aegis comes down. He transforms too, and he's standing there. And she looks over at him, and she thumps him really hard in the shoulder, and he actually moves from her hit. And you can see him rubbing his arm like, ow. That's for being dumb. Just kind of points at him and then looks back at the box. He goes, oh, there's this. And she presses a button, and the case side opens. And you hear it.
Gilgamesh has got his hand on his blade just in case something's gonna pop out.
As it pops open, you can see some glowing. It's like changing color a little bit goes from like pinks to kind of a greenish back to the purple. She goes, and she opens the door carefully, and she's like, and you can see at least 6 power cells sitting on their side with the minicon symbol on the sides or on the bottom. Or actually, that'd be the top. And she reaches in carefully and she pulls it out, and she's like, she just kind of handles it. Oh. She kind of looks at it and she goes, these are all intact. And she goes, huh. And you're all standing there, and she fumbles it, and it hits the floor really hard. Aegis freaks out, and he's like, and you can see him like just holding still, like.
So are we gonna blow up now?
He's just kind of looking around, like, I don't think I'm dead yet.
I'm not missing an arm.
She looks over at Aegis. She looks up at you two, and she grins really big, and she picks it up with one hand, and she goes, you know, you two, I expected that kind of reaction, but his was priceless. And she's looking at Aegis, just grinning from, like, just from her audio sensor to audio, and she's just sitting there grinning, and she's holding it, and she goes, that's for doing something stupid. And she slides it back in. These have better casings and they won't blow up. He closes the case, but we should put these away. We might be able to use these to help charge up our minicon.
Do a thorough scan of every cell, though. We know these are coming from a potentially unreliable source. I want them double and triple checked before we even attempt to use them.
Oh, I will go to the med bay and grab that scanner that Felix has. I hope he left it here. I think he said there was extras.
If not, we can just wait till we get back to the station and have them thoroughly scanned by Void Striker.
She runs off, though, before you even finish the sentence. She comes back with the device. It looks massive in her hands, but she's holding it. And she opens the case back up, and she's... this might take a little while. She just kind of looks up at you like,
And
She
can
goes-
we be sure that all of them are charged?
They show... Well, this one shows it's fully charged. They all look like they're charged. They seem to be at the same percentage. And she goes, oh. Doot. And she presses where the symbol is, and it lights up fully. Like it's a full charge. And she goes, oh, I forgot about that. Then she presses the next one down. That one's good. And she goes through all 6 of them, and she presses each one. And she goes, they're all fully charged. How are they all fully charged?
That's one aspect that's concerning to me, which is why I want us to thoroughly scan them before we even attempt to use them. We don't know where these came from, and they could be tainted for all we know.
I was expecting at least some of them to be like half or something, but yeah, all of them full is a bit suspicious.
And considering how far back this ship has been sitting there, that's even more concerning. This feels too good to be true. These right here seem like bait, and we may have just bitten on it.
I will continue to scan. She pulls out the canisters and she sets them. They're all kind of lined up, but she has them spaced out. She starts on the one, and he goes, "This is going to take a little while." And she goes, she's looking at the scanner. She sees, and you guys can see the scanners back the screen. And she goes, "Yeah, it's going to take a little bit to scan this because ours is pretty dense. So far, there's no negative reading." And she goes, "This is going to take some time. I have 6 to do, and I'm not even halfway close to done on this one."
Very well. We'll be heading back to the station and we'll do a more thorough review of them once we get back. You can certainly take a look at them and review them as you like, but I do want us to have at least a second opinion before we even attempt to use these.
Yes, yes. I would like to examine them more, but right now I am also looking for tracking devices. And she looks up at you, grinning, like, "Am I doing this right?"
You're doing this right, but also remember these energy sources could be tainted with something. We need to double check and triple check every component to make sure everything is in order.
She keeps scanning, but she looks up at you. "Yeah, I don't want to lose more." And she goes kind of quiet after
And
that.
I don't want you or anyone else to fall under unnecessary control.
And you see her physically just stop. You kind of get this feeling she's like, I don't want to go through that again. But she doesn't say anything. She just goes back to scanning. A just kind of like, yeah. Uh, he's trying to help Carbine, but Carbine just looks at him like, "Go away." He's just like, hands up. "I'm gonna go up to the bridge. I'm gonna go find something to eat. I'm gonna go do something else." He just kind of walks up the steps like by himself, and he's like, "I'm gonna go to the galley. I'll be there."
Gilgamesh is going to walk over to Overlord. While they're busy with that, you and I should talk about what we found out there.
Oh yeah, I was actually gonna ask, did you find anything that would be helpful?
He kind of gestures for him to walk with him as they talk.
Gilgamesh, you kind
Sounds
of
good.
catch the look from Carbine, like, "Uh-oh." And she just kind of goes back to like, "Mm-hmm." And in your head, you hear, "Good luck."
He doesn't respond. He just quietly walks. So we did happen to find some information about what happened to Rex, at least partially.
Well, what happened to him, that much I already know.
Fill in the gaps for me then. What do you know about what happened to him?
Well, for one, he was, of course, experimented on. I saw everything that he went through by digging through his mind a bit.
Mm, you have that piece anyway, but I guess let me fill in the puzzle then for you. He's been like this for the better part of several millennia. Can't exactly pinpoint how far back. Yeah, I mean, I remember where I left off, so.
Okay. Action.
I gotta get back into characters.
Oh, sorry. All right. Okay. Ready?
Daniel
3, 2,
Day-Lewis right here.
action.
So at this point, all we can really do is go back to the station, collect everyone, and as much as I think we're being watched and we're likely going to be followed on the way there, I at least have a few countermeasures against that. In the meantime, get Void Striker, and hopefully we can get everyone back up to speed.
Hopefully.
So do you
You're
get? Oh, sorry.
taking this surprisingly well, considering everyone else seemed to think you were going to take this pretty hard.
Oh, believe me, I already had my rage out on the station.
If so, that seemed rather mild compared to other rage incidents I've seen.
I'm just more surprised I didn't do it to Felix.
Fair enough.
Though I definitely
then-
will have to repair that chair, well, table.
Yeah. Probably want to apologize to him about that too.
Yeah. Well, I already had my outburst, so not like I'm gonna have another one just for the same reason. Though the spark meter is definitely a bit more problematic.
It is certainly a problem, but is it me, or did you not get a sense of deja vu from the entire incident? That's not the first derelict we've come across, and it certainly wasn't the last. And this one seemed very similar to the last one.
I mean, I've been on a lot of derelicts, so I can't really say.
We've been on 2 in the last couple of solar cycles. And both of them seem to have or contain something related to Shockwave.
Currently, where are you two at in the ship?
I'd still be on the bridge.
Okay. Just wondering. Phoenix comes across, and you hear him. He, not to eavesdrop, but it's kind of hard not to when you're in me. There is the question of another derelict ship we're not too far from.
Yeah.
And what seems to be the question with this one?
It's the Minicon ship that I have detected.
Right.
We are much closer. The signal is weak, but I can detect its energy pattern.
Well, I think our minicons would be pissed if we just happen to skip this one by.
Yeah, since we're done with this derelict, might as well head to another.
It won't take long. We should be there shortly if you'd like.
Yeah, gun us that way.
Do you want me to inform Aegis and Carbine?
They'd definitely be pleased about it.
They should certainly want to know where we're going.
Then I will inform them. You kind of get the sense that Phoenix has done that because you hear down the hallway.
So yeah,
from the
I was
galley.
like, no, hold on. I'm looking to. It's overload and just go. Wait. Wait for it.
As you turn around down the hallway from the galley, you can see Aegis running down with a plate in his hand of some kind of food, and he's like, "Minicon ship, where?" And all of a sudden, out of the darkness, down the hallway, right before the galley door where it accesses up from below, you literally see this black thing shoot out of the hallway, run up the wall, and like do a spiral coming down the hallway, running so fast. And you could see its carbine just zipping around as Aegis is running at the same time, and they both stop at the door. Minicon ship?
Yes, it was picked up not too long ago by Phoenix.
So above game, who won that race between who got to the door first?
Aegis actually got there before she did.
Really?
Because she came down from below and she had to run up. So they were literally neck and neck because she was doing a spiral run. So, although
Her, her
his
style points got the best of her.
which actually she did a lot better style though, because she literally kind of had to slow down because she slid in. He's in bot form and he already had a plate and he was running up the hall with it, so he was like halfway.
He's
And
running.
she
He's running with his chicken nuggies.
Yeah, literally. And that's kind of what it looks like. They're nano nuggets. Somebody throw
Nano nugget.
nano nuggies. And you see him just shove one in his mouth. And you see Carbine reach over with her paw, pick one up, and just kind of put it. It's the tentacle just kind of reaches over though, and picks it up, puts it in her mouth, and she's sitting there. So when are we going? When are we going to be there?
Not very long. So he looks stages. So you better finish your plate of nano nuggies. Why did they call that? This is so silly.
They're good. And you see Carbine grab. Yes, very good.
It's not the quality that I question. It's just the name.
Nuggies. Nano nuggies. And then she eats another one.
Well, finish your meal and get a quick little recharge because we're going to be jumping to the ship.
Carbine kind of hops up into the seat, transforms into bot form, and she starts working at the console. The seat, Phoenix automatically adjusts the seat height for her so she can come up. And you see her going, "Ooh, we are not too far away. This is exciting. Wait, maybe we can get parts." Aegis, do you think it might be? And Aegis kind of looks at her. No. They've been gone for a long time. I doubt they're even in existence. Maybe. But it could be.
Quick question. Before we go over there, could I grab a quick bite and potentially recharge my spell slots?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I need
You guys can do that right now.
I need to refill my 2 second level spell slots because I had to use them.
I need to recharge 3 of my spell slots, so I needed that.
Carbine kind of gestures to Aegis. Get in the pilot seat. These 2 jokers need to eat their nano nuggies. Oh, sorry. Too inconvenient. She just kind of sticks her tongue out at you and goes back to working.
He just squints his optics in that direction and just walks away.
I saw that. That's all you hear.
No, he's still looking, squint eyes down the hallway. Just the 2 eyes, just. I got my eye on you.
Well, you see, one was for a funny, the other was to stop a potential explosion. So.
So you two,
I kind of need the rest.
So you 2 go back. You get some food. You kind of sit back in the lounge area for a few moments. It'll take a little bit of time to get there, but you can kind of hear some talking between Aegis and Carbine, but you can't really make it out because they're way up in the cockpit and they're just sitting there talking. You guys are in the back, and it just feels kind of like it's a very relaxed time. Phoenix kind of comes across your comms and that quietly. He goes, "So far, no ships or anything in close proximity, and I'm reading no abnormal readings."
This feels like a calm before the storm.
More likely because it is. Nothing's never too quiet.
As time passes, you guys get call from Carbine. You 2 need to come up here and see this.
He's gonna just toss back whatever food he had left and quickly finishes it, and he's gonna start making his way back to the bridge.
And at this point, you guys are fully.
Slurp down the ramen. Aye.
As you both finish up, you're fully charged up now. You got everything back. You guys make your way up. As you walk up, you're looking through the front windows, and Carbine and Aegis are kind of like, yeah, it looks like another, almost like a graveyard, but it looks like a total disaster.
Are we talking the ship, or what are
Ships.
we talking about here?
Like,
Plural.
you've come across ships that were blown apart, shredded apart, and completely devastated beyond any belief. And they are ripped apart in some spots. Looks like just blasts that happened. Oh shoot, I didn't put in.
Okay.
Okay, screw it. We're just gonna go with this.
Phoenix, where are you getting the pings from?
Somewhere in the debris field ahead of us. And he kind of brings up, and you can see a display, and it's kind of in a general, not cluster, but there is like multiple clusters, but he's focused on one. And he goes, it seems to be inside another ship.
Okay, maneuver closer to it.
I will try to. The debris is kind of causing problems with the scanner.
If anything, you can transfer the pings to us, and then we can go out there.
Just be careful. It is not exactly stable.
Well,
in
the
this
closer we
situation.
get, it should clear up sooner.
Maybe. There is a lot of debris out there.
Alright. Now I'll just look to everyone. You all ready for a scavenger?
Are we ever? This is one of our ships. Can't miss it. I want to go. And Carbine kind of hops up and she's like, I'm ready to go. Aegis? She's kind of like, move your ass kind of look. And like, okay.
Can I roll a perception as we go through the debris field if I could ascertain what type of ships these were?
Yes.
I'll also ask Aegis to attach to Gilgamesh. That way they have more maneuverability.
Okay, yes, you can do that.
Because
Yeah, if
I have my...
Carbine's assisting me, I'll have a 22.
Okay. As you all approach the hangar bay door, you hear Phoenix kind of come across. He goes, you're going to have to maneuver through clusters of ships that have clumped together. And it looks like some of them have clustered together really badly. And I did
Is there any way we can tell what kind of ships these were, if they were transports or warships of some kind?
As he opens up the hangar door, you do recognize some of them as there was what looks like to be one of the Decepticon warships. There, you can see another ship that looks like an Autobot transport ship of some sort, like a troop transport. You can recognize parts of the ships. There's a lot that are destroyed, though, that are you wouldn't be able to tell if they were a transport, a warship, a fighter, because they are so bad in some spots, but you do recognize a lot of them.
So this was a massive battlefield at one point.
Yes, of some kind.
Okay.
I am just trying to fix something I thought I already had set up. Don't mind me. I didn't do it. Screw it. I can't figure out how to get that to turn off again. That's been a while. So I'm just going to play it with the field. Because I got a map. I can see it. If you guys want to look at stream, you can see it and just go from there. because I can't get it to work and it's fighting me.
That's fine. We've already been having technical issues, so it's
Yeah, I think because it reloaded my page a couple times too, it's messing with it, and I don't want to touch it any more than
Yeah.
I am. So you guys just pretend your icons are somewhere at this point when I tell you where they're at. How's that? I'll use the cursor. I don't know why it's doing it. So, but you guys can see a cluster of ships. They're kind of stuck together, like they're not in great shape. But the ping is coming from a particular part of one of the ships that's in there. And Phoenix tries to maneuver in close. He goes, "This is as close as I can get. You're going to have to jump from here." And you got a good distance between you and the other ships. So you can actually look around and see all the ships around, the destruction. It almost looks like you both kind of look at it and you're like, this doesn't look like a battle. This looks like an ambush. Like somebody ambushed and it turned into a full out fight that neither side really won. Oh, what's that thing? Jesus. Scared the crap out of me. Sorry, hamster scaring me. I thought something was burning up. So as you
the hamster's on fire now.
Yeah. This hamster's on fire. Oh, sorry. But no, as you guys look around, I want you to go both give me a perception check. Okay, that's for them, and he doesn't do as well.
Perception.
Give me perception checks. Ooh. It's a good thing Carmine's helping you.
Yeah.
Because she rolled high.
Yeah.
So as you're looking around, overload there? Or did my
I'm
connection?
selling to my mom.
Oh, okay. Let's just make it sure.
Friends. Doctor.
Hi, Mom.
D&D. No.
Just saying hi. So as you're both
Hey,
floating.
ma'am.
If I'll
The
say
moments
hi.
with
Oh, thanks for hearing me.
Yeah, so I'm still
I'm
not.
sorry. Hey, bye. I ate
hi, bye,
what commercial
Yes,
did
sir.
mom? Wait. Wait.
hi.
God damn it, name. I know your sister goes by Karma.
Yeah.
And when she gets old enough, she's going to legally change it to Karma.
Oh,
Like, seriously.
I just want to hear the conversation.
Say, I know my daughter's name is Karma.
Nope.
That's what you use. You're not using protection. It's called Karma.
But no, Gilgamesh, as you float across, you can see the ship in front of you. There's like
Hello.
three. There's three.
Hey, Matrix. How
Hello.
you doing?
I'm alive. I'm here.
he's
I'm
alive.
kicking
He's alive? That's all we can always ask for.
every day right now.
Mhm.
Matrix.
Oh. But as you get across Gilgamesh, you see your HUD display
We-
focuses
or
with
else.
Carmen.
Sorry.
Oh, yes, I play as Euros in the other one. I'm
And
fabulous.
we are currently doing this.
Hi.
We can
She was-
field questions after the show.
D&D. Also,
We're going to do some
D&D was
questions.
not this cool when I was younger.
you need to swap it for everyone else. Matrix. We're still on
No.
the ship.
Oh, sorry.
He
Let me
was
try
trying
it.
to.
Let me
Yeah,
try it
it
now.
wasn't-
Let me see what happens. You might be able to see this or not. I don't know if it's going to even work.
You guys literally have to do nothing but fucking.
Oh yeah, it's working.
Can you see
Yeah.
the map?
Well, I mean, it's blackness,
it's blacked out. but
yeah.
Okay, give me a
You
second.
gotta reveal it.
I am going to change.
Yeah, you said
Isn't it like a DM?
Matrix is the DM.
Oh.
I'm going to turn this off.
Sorry.
And I think I have to turn it off here. And then
I'm back in the day when they had the goddamn piece of paper where you had to fucking write on shit.
Oh,
That better?
No, so
Oh, how pretty is that?
Yeah, that's perfect.
good. Okay, good. It worked this time because I was afraid to actually
Yeah.
touch it. So now you don't worry about moving your icons, guys. You don't
I'm
have to.
just saying.
Yep.
So
No fine. You're good.
And at least you can
So,
the green in the middle.
I mean, if you want to move the icons, you can. I don't think there's walls really there.
Why
There's
did they
just
get
this.
separate? Oh
I
wait,
mean,
wait, that's for the
I'll move them when
that's
I
for-
when I want to move about the ship.
So
I
I
wanna-
can
you
only move
can.
Aegis.
I'm gonna move these. Yeah, you guys should be able to move your
Oh,
icons.
it's just a random
But
ship.
Oh, I'm
but
like, that's like the captain's
you come to this
chairs,
door,
and
Gilgamesh.
those are like
You both
people right
actually
now
do.
protected, and there's
And you can see it, but the rest of the ship is like impacted around with other debris.
fuck.
That's the one spot you can actually see and access. You see the doors I can talk, are open on this side a bit. And there's really no light coming in, or like there's no light on the inside. It's all powered down. So it's dark inside of the ship right now. Ow. Sorry.
Well, I'll take point. I can't move my icon.
Are you serious?
I can move Carbine, but I cannot move my own.
It should do this. Let's try it now. You grab them now? Oh,
Yeah, okay.
here we go.
So we're at this door then, right?
Yes, this door. You're all
All right,
technically at that door. And it's open a little bit. So it's like a sliding door that's cracked open a bit. Down the middle.
All right, so
Sorry,
I'm gonna
Daniel.
take breaching position, my back against the right wall, and just going to attempt to slowly pull the doors open.
You start to. I'm not even going to have you roll strength check. They kind of easily open, but you can hear it scraping metal, just that sound of metal on metal just pulling, and you open it up. You see another door, but it's more just open. You can walk right in, like literally you can walk in. Right now you guys have 0G. You're just kind of floating still. Because there's nothing active on the ship to give you gravity.
Airlock's fully decompressed.
You see Carbine kind of peek around, and it looks like the door ahead of us is open. We should be able to get in. But this isn't a mini-con ship. She's looking around.
Any idea whose ship it is then?
I have no idea.
Well, it seems like this is kind of an amalgamation of a couple of ships smashed together, so
Yes. But
let's look a little further ahead and see maybe if your ship might be clumped together somewhere between all this. I'm just going to press forward going through the door.
You come up and you see a door to your right and a door straight ahead of you. The door to the right is closed. But the door in front of you is closed as well, but it's not. You can see it's open just a little bit. Like it seems like a regular door.
All right. I will check the one at the right and see if the door is locked.
As you do, you notice in your vision, because you're seeing in the dark, you see scorch marks from, looks like blaster fire on the wall near the doors. Both sets of doors. As you get closer, you can really see it. Even Carbine's like, it looks like fighting happened. It's eerie, it's creepy. And she's sitting there kind of looking around as well, and she kind of like, just, what happened here is all she asks. Even Aegis is
Well-
kind of wondering what's going on.
Given the ship graveyard outside, it's pretty fair to say there was a massive conflict that happened here. We might be able to know if we can access the internal logs and figure out what happened here in the last moments before they lost power.
As you do, you can open this door, and you open it to find it looks like kind of like a cargo area. Nothing really too fancy. Even Carbine kind of hops down and looks around. You can kind of see that she's using her claws to kind of just gingerly hold on and move around and kind of push off lightly. And her tentacles kind of push off the walls lightly, and she's getting really proficient at moving. And she goes, "This is just useless cargo. It's not even cargo. It looks like it's been gone through."
And perhaps whoever attacked the ship ransacked it as well.
There's still stuff here, and she kind of flips up some kind of what looks like food packs or something, and then some other parts in another bin. She kind of, if they did, they left a lot, and she kind of floats back over to you and kind of gets back around you. This is kind of eerie. Feels like we're in a graveyard.
I'm gonna grab a few of those samples for testing later.
All right. You grab a couple of them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw them in a compartment of mine.
Yep.
Like, just what they two
Yeah, they're not
packs.
Yeah, there's a couple packs floating right there nearby. You can just grab them.
So,
Carbine
so I'm
kind of
just
pushed some around, and she goes, "They left a lot of stuff, though."
so they're just food packs, right?
They're literally, yeah, they're just food packs. Like almost looks like an MRE almost.
Okay. All right. Well, if there's nothing else valuable in here, let's move on.
As you do, you can see the door in front of you. You can see it's open just a little bit. Nothing. But you see blaster
does
fire.
it have any? Yeah, I was just gonna ask if there was blaster fire on it.
You can see blaster fire on it too. You start noticing more and more like shots and everything. As you open the door, Carbine kind of, as you see bodies of what looks like Decepticon and Autobot, and just kind of floating. It looks like they've been dead for quite some time. You can see one head is like half gone. Blaster fire through the chest of another. They're just gray floating there.
Any idea how long ago this might have been?
Unknown. Phoenix comes across your comms. You're closer to the signal.
Carbine, are you picking up on that signal at all?
Yes, I'm kind of picking up on a feeling. Aegis. And you hear Aegis, "Yeah, I feel it too. I don't know what it is. It's familiar, though." She kind of climbs down off of you and kind of moves a little bit forward from you, like straight across toward near the one door. But she's still near what looks like kind of like a place for relaxation, just a lounge area. And it's kind of, I don't know, I think it's in this direction, but I could be wrong. And even Aegis is like, "I'm not sure. This place is giving me the creeps. I don't like it here." And for once, you guys start to kind of see Aegis kind of get really scared about something and nervous. Like, I don't like this.
He's just gonna look the carbine. Well, go with your gut. Right behind you.
She approaches the one door that's literally straight across from the other one.
And so
Yep, that one right there. And she goes this way, I think. And she just feels you open the door and it opens freely. It slides right open like nothing. Real easy. You see a corridor and you see a door open down at the end. You can't really tell what's in it at the distance, but you do know it's a room. You see more blaster marks all over the place. You kind of see a bot off to the left side, just he's dead. Kind of hard to not miss a hole in the chest again. The door to your left is locked. And Carbine's just kind of getting this feeling still. Overload, are you there? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want to do? Aegis is still with you, and he's going. I'm not sure which direction. They're going that way.
Should we check out the bridge?
Yeah, well, I don't like it here.
We'll probably find the captain's quarters as well. So we should probably check those out.
Yes, let's do that. That's fine with me. And he's kind of calm. As you move up, you both see the door to your right is open, and you kind of see in there that it looks like some kind of crew quarter. Charging beds and other stuff are sitting in there. The door to the left is closed, though. And you guys see scorch marks on the walls because your lights are lighting it all up.
Let's check out this door. Does he still have power?
The door, you can slide it open. It's not locked.
Let's slide on open.
You open it up, and you're greeted with at least two bodies. They look like both Autobot. There looks like in some kind of possible med bay of some sort. But they're both dead.
So Decepticon and Autobots are here. And this is supposed to be a mini-con ship, right? Or no, it came from inside.
Aegis is kind of looking around. I'm not sure. I just don't like it here. Something I'm and you start to feel he's having anxiety, like a panic attack almost start to build up. And it's the first time you're seeing him actually kind of start to freak out a bit on something when he's been a different way most of the time. He's acting more like Carbine does when she panics.
Calm down now. There shouldn't be really much to worry about.
I know. I shouldn't just pass things, maybe. That's what it is. I don't know. And he gestures to the doors down the corridor from you. Why don't we check these out? Let's just get this over with.
Yep. Just remember, keep a brave face.
Yeah, brave face. Brave face, yeah. As you approach the one door, it's closed, but it's not locked either. But you see scorch mark fires everywhere.
Right. Next door.
That door opens, and you're greeted with two more bots again. This time they're two Decepticons.
This doesn't seem like the captain's quarters.
No, this doesn't look like captain's quarters. This looks like other
Officers?
crew. Yes, officers. Yes, I agree. The other one behind us looks like regular crew. Why don't we try the next
Well,
room?
yeah, if anything, the officers might have info as well, so we'll probably come back to them.
As you get to that door, it's locked.
So no opening it.
At least
Well,
not.
good thing I have a master key. I guess I'm gonna just strength through it.
You grab a hold of the door, and this is a much older ship. This is something you guys would have seen eons ago. You grab a hold of the door handle, and you literally just crush it in your grip and rip it open like it's nothing.
How loud is this when he
You would
does
have heard it
this?
because it is dead silent through the ship. You would hear this. Carbine jumps a little bit. What was that? Her tentacle
Man
arms
has
come
no
up.
sense of subtlety.
Before, oh, sorry, I forgot it does have a lock on. I can't. Oh, I can't even. Won't even.
Man.
Well, okay. It won't let me do nothing, so I have to select it a different way. I think. Just pretend it's open.
Okay.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, there you go.
Just pounding
Pretend
on the
to-
doors. Let me in.
Now, I'm going to switch over to Gilgamesh real quick. Gilgamesh, you're at a door that is locked with Carbine. She's looking at it. I don't.
It's locked, you say?
Are you going to smash through it too?
No, how
I'm
about
kidding.
now?
Yeah, that's a me thing.
You go to start like doing like picking the lock, and Carbine just kind of like, huh. And before you even do anything, it just opens. After you do that, you could literally hear the lock go. And it's like, did my lock picks do anything? And it opens up easily after that.
That might be the weakest lock I think I've ever seen.
And she looks up. Agreed. I've never seen something give so easily. You open the door down there.
As I open the door, can I just peek at it quick to see if the door is damaged, like the lock?
Yeah, you can, if you want to. I will tell
Yeah,
you. Don't even have to do perception.
I wanna quick see if I can understand why it just gave so easily.
Oh
21.
my god! You notice that on the other side there's some blaster fire there, and it probably got scorched and melted parts of the lock, making it easier for you to just pop the lock from the outside with literally just even a paper clip would have done it.
Does it look like it took direct blaster fire into
No,
the
it's
block?
no, it's kind of like off to the side, and you
Okay,
can see it's kind of like it's melted part of it. That's why it made it so easy to open it.
Well, because like I'm just looking at it as if there was direct blaster fire, they were trying to break into this room. So that's what I
No,
was
because
looking
it's
at.
literally
Okay.
from the other side of the door from where you're at. That's why
Okay.
you could see it kind of melted from the other side a little bit, and it's like, oh,
Gotcha.
that would be explaining why it opened so easily. So
All right, so yeah, I'll kind of open the door and just kind of peek my head in and take a look around.
you see at least 4 bodies floating about. Just they're still, but they're floating there. And it looks like there was a big fight in the engine room. The engines are non-existent. They look like they got destroyed. And whatever these bots were doing, they were fighting amongst themselves because you can see there was a lot of blaster fire in this room.
It's very strange. Autobots and Decepticons. It would make sense for them to be here fighting at odds with one another. if this was an ambush, who ambushed who?
As you move,
He's gonna kind
you
of like,
see-
as he approaches the hallway, he's gonna kind of peek into that room at the end of the hallway and see if he can spot anything.
you see, looks like another dead body floating there, just kind of off to the left. But it looks like it's another small crew quarter, probably like engineers' quarters or something.
I'm just gonna kind of back to the wall, kind of turn my head inwards and peek in to get a better look at the room.
You see, it literally is an engineer's room at that close distance. You see tools that were sitting possibly on the cabinets near the end. They're kind of floating there. You see the bedding or the charge beds. They got some scorch marks around and near the walls, the ceilings, just kind of like out in the hall and the rest of the ship. But that body's, you can tell, there's no way it survived if it's missing its head.
Clearly. Is there any like console in the room that might be like a logbook or
Give me an
manifest or anything?
Give me an investigation, please. We're going to investigate.
Ooh, I'm not good at this, but here we go. 7.
You do have a minicom buddy there who could assist you.
Even with an assist, that's only a 10.
Well, she can. I'll allow her to roll her own investigation if you want.
Okay.
It gives you kind of a choice, so that way you get it. Because you guys are technically playing 2 characters right now. I'm letting you have more control of your minicons. So.
All right, I will roll her investigation.
Hopefully, I fixed all that. I'm afraid to touch anything else.
She's not much better than me at that, but let's go.
Between the two of you, you both look in the room. You kind of look around and you go, well, Carbine's like, I can't really find anything. I just see these tools, and she paws at one and it spins in the air. That's all I'm finding. If there was a log, it might be somewhere else.
All right, let's check this last door on the end here.
All right, and before you go through there, Overload, you step into that room and you're greeted with a body that's kind of flipped upside down, floating, and Age is kind of like, oh, because it's almost face to face with him as well. And it's a dead body. It's most likely the captain, because the way he is, in a sense, wearing a badge kind of looking thing, but it's literally just the Autobot symbol. And it looks like he was in a fight and died in his room. If you're muted, unmute. That would be hilarious right now. Overload suddenly got decompressed out into space and he's dead now. Oh, wait. You're sitting there face to face with a dead bot.
Oh.
And he just is kind of creeping out. And you realize it's the captain who probably died in this room while in the middle of a firefight.
Yeah, so it's just anyway, I'm guessing it's just like standing up towards the door, or
his body's floating kind of upside down to you guys. That's why Aegis is like,
okay, so yeah, then anyway, I'm just gonna push it out of the way.
Yeah, Aegis is like, okay, that's yeah. You look around.
First time I've seen a dead body.
You look around the room. There really isn't a lot of. You see a couple scorch marks on the furthest wall from the door, like straight across. But outside of that, that's all you really see. you see what looks like where he probably literally bled out all his energon, but it dried and now it's just a stain on the floor kind of thing. So his body was there when he died, but floated away up to there, probably from movement.
All right, let's see if this guy kept any captain's logs.
Give
I take
me
it
an
over here?
investigation.
Alrighty.
Let's see how bright your eyes are. And if you need help, you can use Aegis too.
Out.
Never
16.
mind. It'll work. You see what looks like some kind of tablet of some sort. It's very old compared to what you guys use now, but it's a tablet. It doesn't look like it's powered right now.
All right, time to supply it then. And pour it out.
You plug into this tablet and it takes a moment to, in a sense, spin up. You literally hear what sounds like discs spinning. And you hear that.
Jeez, this really is old.
And he just goes, yeah, this is really old. This is like, our stuff was more advanced. And you just kind of, yeah, I don't, this thing, I'm surprised it still runs. As you do, you literally hear like boot up sounds and stuff.
Ding,
Windows 95 comes up on the splash screen.
How did you know? You see this OS come online, and it's like, this stuff is so old. But he just kind of looks and he goes, but the date, and he starts seeing some files slowly come up. So you're sitting there watching this, and it's literally like it's just scrolling the across, typing out lettering to show you what files. Would it be better if we downloaded it and read it later?
Yeah, this is gonna bore me to death.
And he's kind of like, maybe it would be faster if you did. We could read this a lot quicker. He's just kind of like shaking his head.
I feel like I'll roast if we wait.
You telling me? I don't want to ruffle my feathers this way, but man.
I'll go ahead and download all the files.
All right. As you do, you start getting them faster in your HUD display. And Aegis is like, can I see? But he's just messing with you. He's like, well, just tell me what it says.
Let's see now. As I'll go through all the files.
As you read, files at first read captain's logs, primary, secondary, cargo, third, mission status.
Let's check cargo first.
Cargo, you literally open it up and it opens up to multiple files. And one of the primary cargo things is ship, minicon, transport for examination and dismantling.
All right. Then that's a good idea of what these people were.
Down from it is second cargo, minicons, stasis, transport, inspect, and then it kind of cuts off there. It doesn't say really anything else.
Considering it's still on this list, there might be minicons still on the ship.
Third one down is literally miscellaneous cargo parts, just extra energy packs and such. It's really just the random generalized cargo units of stuff.
All Yeah, it just we might actually find more of your brethren then.
Really? Did it say there were more on board?
It talked about mini cons in stasis, and it doesn't say if it was delivered or not. And even if it was, it's still on the list, so they probably didn't have a chance to deliver them.
This might be promising.
And then plus there's the minicon ship that's still on board.
So it is still on board. At least it says it does. I'm feeling
Yeah.
a real strong pull, and he's kind of like looking toward the wall. Like this is just a
Well,
wall though, but
though we still have to keep in mind, crew is dead, and there's other bots here, whichever faction it belongs to, the other probably have,
maybe.
unless both sides died on the ship and neither were able to escape. That is.
So far it looks like most did die.
Oh, and that's just the cargo. Let's see what their other stuff was.
You
So
have
let's check
the
out
you have the
mission.
captain. Yeah, mission status is the last one on the list. Captain's log was first. Cargo was second. Mission status: delivery of items. Minicon ship still in cargo. Minicons offloaded. And it says in literally next to it, win and like location redacted.
Hmm.
Other items such as the other stuff to be unloaded with minicon ship.
Now, is it redacted by the system or redacted because we don't have the clearance?
It's literally redacted by whoever created this log, redacted it. In other words, nobody was supposed to see where that went.
Hmm. I guess I'm wrong about the minicons.
You could kind of feel Aegis kind of like, really?
They've been unloaded.
And you can
Though,
almost feel like he kind of lost hope for that part of everything. You could
but
feel his grip loosen a little bit on you, and he's just kind of, oh,
but then again, considering it's redacted, we probably already encountered them. Matter of fact, we probably already have them on our ship.
you think
Well,
so?
station. Well, if it's redacted, and considering we got them from, you know, an asteroid field, well, asteroid station, that could have been the destination.
One can hope, right? I mean, well, it would have been nice to find more if that's the case, but I'll try and keep hope. And he kind of thinks, and he just kind of, what else does it say?
Well, the ship is definitely still here. They weren't able to deliver that. And considering that that's about it for the mission logs. So let's see what the captain had on his mind.
Gilgamesh, or not Gilgamesh, Aegis, he kind of, yeah, this would be good to find out. Maybe he'll tell us something. Even though he kind of turns around, looks at the body kind of moving and slowly drifting around, is dead. Just turns back. You tap on the files in your optics and you can see it come up, and it's literally kind of like reading it, but it's an audio file too. And this thing is so old, it really kind of sounds scratchy and stuff when you hear it. And it sounds like you're listening to a record. Captain's log, and he gives a date that it's about the time when, right after, say, the minicon homeworld would have been raided, you were supposed to be sent out to deal with the minicons at that point. This is just sometime after it. Captain comes on. You hear this audio log of this very old bot, just really, really old sounding, working with Decepticons, Autobots. What's next? We're supposed to deliver, and he kind of hesitates in what he's saying. Minicon ship, supplies to this place. Why are we working with these guys? These guys are a bunch of jokers. They don't even know what they're doing most of the time. I don't even think they're Autobot or Decepticon. I don't know what they are. But I gotta keep it quiet because they get a little upset if you start questioning things. I'm just supposed to transport these idiots. Thing is, well, I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to because this is my log, to scrap with them. I regretted offloading those mini-cons. They didn't deserve that. They were still in stasis. Hopefully they won't feel anything. If he's one sick bot, I know that. Don't question him. He'll kill you on spot. Optic or not. You swear that thing can read you. For the minicon ship, well, we swear that thing's doing something. One of the bots said he heard something from it. He thought he did. Thought it was powered up. Nobody can get into the thing. So we're transporting it to see if it can be dismantled and get some parts out of it. But that's supposed to go to a whole other location where a bunch of Autobots are. Weird. Autobots are doing this kind of thing to minicon ship? No different than offloading those minicons on that asteroid. Can't believe they sold them to them. And just for what? 50,000 Shaniks? They realize minicons are worth more than that? Not in the value sense of Shaniks. He's just kind of going on with his own feelings about it. They're a part of our history. Their history. And now they're pretty much probably, I'll never see one again. Except for that ship out there now. And yet, it's going to be gone. Maybe I could just jettison these idiots and take the ship and get out of here. There's too many of them. Wouldn't be worth it. The log cuts for a moment because you hear a knock at the door. And then it comes back. Well, seems like there's something going on out in the universe. And it looks like we're walking right into a hot mess. The scrap is going to fly here. And you suddenly hear the ship get rocked and the alarms start going. And you hear him, what the? And he cuts. And it comes back. For anyone who gets this, I tried. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. I know I didn't tell a lot, but I can't help it. I don't have time. And you see him grab the thing he's recording with, which is probably this tablet. And he goes to the door, and you can see him, you ain't taking me alive. Boom, boom. And you hear the gunfire. And you can hear him getting shot. And he slams the door, locks it down, and you hear gunfire from these laser blasters and stuff. And you can hear him coughing and spurting. I guess I am not going to get any further. It looks like we may have been ambushed or something. And my phone goes off. And
You definitely ain't rising up, Guardian.
yeah, rising up. Nope. As you do hear the last bits of his breath, they said something about a large squad of couple of groups of ships out there. They thought they were here to take the minicon ship. This is my last log, I guess. And you can kind of hear the tablet being set down, and well, looks like I'm nothing but scrap metal now. And you hear him fall, and you just hear the last bits of him trying to talk. I hope to see the. And it just cuts off. And you hear silence, but you hear blaster fire in the background. And after a little while, it's quiet. You don't really hear anything on the recording, and it's just silent. And then you hear the ending of it, just kind of finally. It goes on for a while of silence, and you don't read any sound or anything. It's just quiet now. And it cuts off finally, like it ran out of power.
Wow. Seems I was right about one thing. We
Yeah,
definitely did pick up the minicons already,
well,
but I was
that's good,
but
right?
I was wrong about one thing as well.
What's that, Overload?
It wasn't Decepticon versus Autobots on this vessel. They were killed by a third party.
Wait, we're gonna have to fight a whole other group?
Probably the person we're chasing down anyways. But then again, they're the ones employed, more than likely. So I picked them off. Could have been scavengers. Pirates,
Yeah.
maybe.
You think it might be that? I don't know.
It's hard to tell. But whatever happened, they talked about other ships, but I think we saw what happened to those guys.
Yes, it seems pretty bad. While you two are standing there, Gilgamesh and Carbine, you open the doors and you see a large hangar. Both of your visions can see a cargo kind of floating about, stuff scattered, but you spot something kind of tethered to the deck of this cargo bay. And it's a small ship. And you can, right off the bat, you both are looking at this. You both see a minicon symbol.
Is this the the signal you're feeling?
She takes a few steps forward.
Sup?
Yes.
Sorry for being late, by the way.
Oh, God. That scared the crap out of me. Don't worry, we've had technical difficulties. It's okay. I have plans for you. So, it's okay.
Yeah, sleeping sort of kicked in, and I didn't get to sleep till like 6 in the morning.
That's all right. We'll catch you up here in just a moment if you want to hang out and just listen for a moment.
I mean, that's why I'm here. I'm already in the program. You can
Yep.
already see my name.
Not really.
I see. So,
I fixed
you're
that
getting
real-
stabbed in a dark alley with a banana. Good.
Actually, all I did was that. There we go. Give it a second. You'll see it come up. But
Yeah.
I'll catch you up here in a second, voice director. So you both are standing there. Carbine moves a little closer, and you can see more of the ship. It's small, but yet it's not small for Carbine. It's actually very large looking to her. But for you, you're standing there, and it only stands a little taller than you. It's probably going to be shorter than Overload at this point.
About the size of a shuttlecraft.
Yeah, literally. Need of time. Carbon's like, I'm feeling something from it though. It can't be though, could it? And she takes a wide berth around it to look at it, and you can see her.
I'll kind of follow her path, just like walking beside her.
And she goes, "Is it?" And she can read the lettering on the side. I wonder if they know who this is, or was.
Do you know who this was?
Yeah, and she kind of gets closer and she points with one of the tentacles and she goes, the name right there. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, you don't understand minicons.
No.
And she, sorry, this is Atlas. I didn't know he was still. Well, I don't know. It's actually, I didn't think they were still alive. Or if they are, this is just. And she calls on the Aegis, you might want to come here. I think this is Atlas.
Catch me up. Who was Atlas?
Atlas was our guardian. At least one of them. He would have been comparable in fight to Overload, if not more.
He's a minicon of that size.
He's a minicon of greater size. She kind
Well,
of,
judging by his vehicle mode, he is quite large.
she continues to walk to the front of him. He looks intact, but she points out there's some scorch marking, and it looks like there's some damage in certain spots that's pretty bad.
So is he dead or just unpowered?
I don't know yet. We'll have to get in and see if he is. And you can see her head moving around her little tufts, and even the tentacles are kind of like, it's like she's trying to see inside of him and around, but she goes, I can't tell from out here.
While she's doing that, I want to just kind of look around the cargo bay and just look for anything that might stand out. 15 with her help.
You guys really don't see anything else, really just like a bunch of hodgepodge of parts and stuff, and the ship. That's really it. It's really nothing much other than the
All
ship.
right, well, in absence of anything else around us, he's gonna try and look and see if there's like some kind of a button for like a hatch door to open.
While you're doing that, we're going to switch back over to Overload. Overload, you're standing there with Aegis, and Aegis kind of, Carbine? What do you mean? Atlas. And he's talking out loud. He's not realizing he's.
Atlas?
Atlas was one of our guardians.
Oh, so a guy like you?
Think way bigger, like you, but a little bigger than you. And like you.
And he was a minicon?
Yes. A guardian minicon. I am a guardian, but not like they are.
Would he be classified as a minicon at that point?
He was built and created. And just like us, given life. Minicon life.
So he's on the ship then?
Yes, we should go and see. If you want to stay here and look around, I'm going to go find them. Unless you
Yeah,
want to come.
there's still stuff that more likely needs to be investigated.
Okay.
So
He
I'll check around.
I will go find them. And he flies off of you. He kind of pushes off. Be careful. I will be close by if you need me. You can keep the icon over there if you want to use it. Because I don't know why it's not working. So
Yeah, I can't move.
Is
Yeah,
his
I-
icon
Doors.
not working again?
well,
Door's
my-
stuck.
No, mine
Let
was
me
the
try
one
it
that wasn't
now.
working before, but it was a
Door's
quick fix.
stuck.
Yeah.
Okay,
I was
give me
gonna
a
say,
second.
Door
it's
stuck,
locked.
please! I beg you!
Yeah.
We're dead!
okay, so we're it moved. Okay. Did
Hey,
it
move
Yeah.
now.
okay. I've been nervous on touching too many things at once because after that snafu with technical problems.
Door
No.
not stuck. Good ending.
So as Aegis comes flying through the door, Carbine comes around to the back of the ship and she goes, "You won't be able to fit, Gilgamesh. You're a little too big." And she
I'm
kind
not
of
looking to enter in. I was more looking for a way to open it up to let you in.
puts her paw up against it and she transforms while keeping her hand out and she goes, "It only works if you press here." And she pushes on a spot and it doesn't look like a button, but her hand fits right inside of it and the door pops open, but it doesn't open. It just pops open. She goes, "It's an emergency release. Sometimes we have to get out quickly or in quickly or when the power's out." And it just like, "Carbine, just get on with it. Sorry."
Yeah,
They're go-
I'll help her lift the door open so she can fit through.
Aegis comes up, Atlas, and you can see him touching the wing on one side before he comes back over. He goes, "Is it really Atlas, Carbine?" She kind of shrugs. "No, this is what they looked like the last time I saw them." And he just kind of like, "Okay. Well, sorry, Gilgamesh. This part, you're going to have to kind of stay here." And she slowly climbs in. And you see the size difference. She actually has to kind of hunch a little bit over, and so does Aegis, because they're both 10 feet instead of 6 feet. And she climbs in. She goes, and she's looking back and forth down some smaller areas. And she goes, "Nothing in here. No mini cons, not even in stasis." Aegis kind of comes up next to her in this open area a little bit. "Well, here's all the seating. It looks like this has been abandoned for a while. You think he's still active?" And you can see Carbine kind of looks at the front and she goes, "Gilgamesh, you could come around to the front. You might be able to see us through the windows." And she moves forward and she goes, I I think he might be still somewhat alive." And both her and Aegis approach the console and they both kind of sit down on the two seats. One is a pilot seat, one is a co-pilot seat, and they kind of sit back. This was our guardian, one of them. I don't think he's got enough energy to survive, even if we get him out of here. And she kind of gestures toward the door, and it looks like it's crushed in and covered with debris. We can't get him out of here, even if we tried. As they both sit there, Carbine leans forward and she goes, I don't even know if he still works, but she tries a few buttons. A just leans forward. Isn't it the big red button most of the time? And she just looks at him. Really?
I'm looking at him through the window, just menacingly. Do not press the red button.
And she's just like, no, don't press the red button. You know what happens when we press them. He reaches over, and the power on the ship comes up a little bit. You can see the consoles, and you hear this. And it's just pulsing sound. And she's looking at Aegis like, I am going to kill you. He's just looking at her like, what? It worked, didn't it?
Yeah, and you could have also released something that could have blown us all up. Just gonna put that out there. I'm sorry, did you say something?
Who are you, and how do you understand me?
I'm known as Gilgamesh, and I'm here with a few other mini-cons you may know.
Yeah. I know you.
No, I'm really not having my sleeping disorder made me miss a bit.
Carbine sitting there shocked. Aegis is just as shocked. And
You know me. How?
network connection. Very weak. Not enough energy. Dying.
Could you be restored if we were able to provide you with energy?
Negative. My time is up.
How is it I can help you?
You can't. You need my help. Carbine sits back. Atlas, we can help you. Please, let us help you. He's just sitting there silent for a moment. A just sits forward and he's looking around. Atlas, we need to get you out of here. We can help. Please, let us help you. Able. My energy is low. Too low. Waited for so long. Forgive me. I failed to protect. Atlas, are you there still? Hello? You can feel her tension, her panic, and she's wanting to help Atlas, but she doesn't know what she can do. She doesn't even know if he can be saved at this point. A just kind of puts his hand on her arm, like, calm down, breathe. Just And he turns back to the console and he, Atlas, I'm going to pull up your energy levels. We might still be able to save you. I'm a guardian as well. I will try to protect you as well. I'm able to comply. Will not make it functioning. No. Spark. No. No. Functioning. Domain. Will return to. Return to. You need parts to save other mini cons. I can help. We can save you, though, Atlas. Please, let us help you, please. And she's like getting angry and upset at the same time, and Aegis is trying to calm her down. And Atlas, we can still save you. Parts are, we can get you parts. Anything we'll try and do. He's not responding at the moment, and he's just sitting there.
Gilgamesh is just going to look to the ship. Atlas.
Yes.
Is there any last requests that you have or anything you wish to see done?
I can read. They need parts. They need
Find them.
power. Me. Take from me. You need the power unit to function properly. Function will go offline soon. Very soon.
Then I shall honor your last request. And thank you. You are giving many, many cons an opportunity to live again.
You and Aegis see Carbine. The tears are just running down her face.
They will honor and remember your sacrifice.
Aegis is, you can see him kind of holding back. He's not saying anything, but he's holding her arm tight. And they're saying something to each other because they're not talking. And she's just shaking her head like, yeah, I know. That's all you can really get. She gets up and they're both standing now, both her and Aegis. Many cons will be saved. This I failed at doing. Now I will save these ones.
Go to the Allspark knowing that you still did your best. And that the next generation will live on through you.
Take my parts and I shall go. with his last words, the console's power down. Carbine's not even facing the front. Aegis is kind of turned and has his hand on her back and like, let's go. They're not saying a word, but you know they're communicating. You see them kind of disappear into the back. You hear movement inside the back of the ship. And a few minutes later, they come out and they're holding parts. And Carbine's not saying a thing. She's just tears on her face still, and she's holding the parts. Aegis has got a few of the pieces as well. He just looks up. We have the parts from him. As you stand there, the ship powers up for a moment, and it glows bright. Take what you need. Goodbye. With that, he completely shuts down, and he doesn't go gray like a transformer. He literally, in a sense, he starts transforming again, but this time into something smaller. And he becomes so small, it's like he had size displacement on. And he becomes smaller than even the mini-cons at this point. And he's not a ship anymore. He becomes this almost like a disc-like formation with two outcroppings on each side of it. Almost looks like some kind of disc weapon or something, but it's just this disc formation. Carbine and Aegis are just standing there, and Aegis goes, I didn't know they could do that. He hands Carbine the other pieces. She takes them. He walks over and he picks it up and he goes, huh. When a protector is needed, and he's reading it out loud, it's Minicon. He's reading, one, a pure heart. Heart? No. Spark. Wait, heart? The heart of Spark. Wait. And he's like, I don't read these things very well. I don't think I read my reading course. And Carbine's like, and he stops, sorry. She doesn't say a word. She's just speaking Minicon. You can't hear it. And he goes, well, I'm not leaving him. And he
no one would expect you to.
And
I
he
would
puts
have actually was going to tell you to take him with.
And he tucks him under his arm, and he's like, let's go. And Carbine hasn't said a word, and she's kind of already walking out of the hangar, and she stops at the door and just kind of looks back and looks down at the parts and just stands there waiting for you guys. Overload, did you want to check out the last room? If Overload's alive still. No?
Yeah.
No, you don't get to now. No.
Fuck you.
I'll break my way through that door.
I'm a fourth wall this bitch.
I'm a Kool-Aid man. Oh yeah.
They knew it. That's what's going to happen. He's going to turn into the Kool-Aid man. So,
What do you mean I'm not already a Kool-Aid man?
Well, you're not red.
That can easily change with the blood of my enemies.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, I got to keep them all pretty colors like oranges and greens, and it'll look normal to him. So,
I did want to ask something beforehand as well.
Yes.
My teleport thing, that's fully charged. It should
Yes,
be
it
fully
should
charged now,
be.
yeah.
Yes, it should be fully charged.
And because I haven't removed my teleport disc, they should be in the same locations, yeah?
Where did you leave it?
That would be the cafe that we went to talk to the informant and to Phoenix ship.
You could do Phoenix's ship, but you couldn't go to the cafe because that's.
Well, no, I'm saying the
Yeah.
cafe went to Phoenix.
Oh, you
'Cause
could
it's-
literally reset the location from where you're going to and from. That's what the keys on your device. So you could disable like the cafe where you left from.
Yeah,
because
but I
you
don't
have-
believe I don't believe I disabled them yet. So that actually gives me a good opportunity for something
Okay,
soonish.
good.
So
Oh, okay.
good to know.
No, you can actually reset them from any distance. It's just you can't if it's over a certain
I
distance.
can't
Like
move
right
them
now,
currently.
yeah,
Yeah, I
because right now they're also in place. So anybody's walking through them, literally will pop out somewhere else. Or right now you just don't have it on. The discs are there, but they're not doing anything. But you couldn't use it because of that distance. Right now, like I said, if you did it from here to the Phoenix right now, you could do it because you're not that
Yeah.
far away.
That's more or less what I want to ask
Okay, no, you're fine.
because
Because it's been a while since you used it, so
yeah, because it gives a good opportunity to bring a certain someone quickly to us.
now leave them there.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and check out the bridge now, I guess, since
He strong arms his way in there. He rips the door off its hinges, even though it's locked.
is the bridge locked?
It was
Oh,
Kool-Aid Man. I'm just gonna say you ripped the door off and just went in. There we go.
okay.
Uh, you walk
Alright,
onto the
so-
bridge, and you find two bots dead at the consoles. They're like sitting at the chairs.
All right, which one of these ones had the navigation log?
That would be the one to your left.
All right, just shove this guy out of the way.
He literally smacks the wall, kind of floats back a bit. And you just like, dude, if I were alive, I'd slap you right now.
Well, guess what? You're dead. Wait, what?
So you're sitting at the console, but there's no power
Who are they
running
talking
to
to
it.
up there?
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
God.
so yeah, let's see. Let's see if this had a designation on where they were going.
You show the direction of the ship was going to actually a location that you guys were at one time. And it actually was one of Shockwave's labs.
This is the fucking second moon.
Mm-hmm.
God fucking damn it!
It was supposed to go there. At least the mini-con ship. And on that roster of navigation, it technically should have taken the mini-cons there too, directly. The reason why they're
Okay.
out there was because they sold the mini-cons to somebody else.
All right, so we might have to do a return trip then.
Maybe.
Unless it's already been to a place we've already been to.
No, you've already been there.
Does it get? Oh, so it's giving the location of where it's supposed to be going.
Yeah, at least for that cargo was
Can I
supposed
ask where it
to.
was going to sell?
No, you don't get to know. You just sit there, Potato Lord, and you
So
stewing your own
facetious.
potato.
Why? I've already been doing basically nothing for 2 episodes. Let's
Yeah.
do something, bro.
No, you don't get to do nothing. You get to sit there and look pretty. Actually, no, I've got something planned here for you in a moment, which I'm hoping they will be done with. I'm hoping they will return.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
I get to
while
see
all
you're
this is
so
happening-
fucking useless.
Right now, do you want to do anything else while you're sitting at the bridge shoving around dead bodies real quick?
Let's see. Found out their mission. Found out the location they were going to, which we luckily explored already. and found out about the missing minicons. So,
Da,
and
da, da,
also found
da.
out that it was a third party that killed these guys. So, I think
All
that's more
right.
or less all I can find out.
Okay.
Because I don't think because these guys aren't related to the Rex case.
Not really.
No, but
So-
we've cleaned them out for minicon parts, and we can take them back to the station and
So
get
do you,
our mini babies more juice.
so do you guys want to head back to the station now?
I think we've cleaned house.
Yeah.
There's nothing really
There's
else
nothing-
to explore here.
I will tell you, there's nothing else really there. So you
Yeah,
guys have actually
so-
hit everything. So
Yeah, we split up and we checked every room, so we're good.
So as we progress, you guys are going to get on your little ship and go. Oh, sorry. No, you're literally going to get on the ship. You're going to head back to the station, where we're going to be met with Void Striker, who is currently in his lab, throwing a party and having some weird drinks in there. No, I'm kidding.
God damn it, you're drunk.
So
Again?
Physically impossible.
Felix is watching over Rex, who currently has two things attached to him now that are not normally attached to him. Have you communicated this information back to Void Striker yet? That information?
Well, likely we would have.
Okay, so Void Striker, what you know of Rex, and you have been researching for them to try and figure out maybe a way of figuring out how to get this stuff off of him. You find out that those are Spark Eater's part arm and part of its head that's on Rex that they have retrieved back. And also, you went on a date with Addie, so deal with it. Now he's not going to talk to me.
No, I'm waiting for information that I actually need to reply to.
So, what you're doing right now, though, is trying to figure out at this moment, blah, blah, blah. Felix,
You're trying to.
get out of here. What are you doing over here? There, kick his icon out of the way. Right now, Felix is sitting with Overload. God damn. Shut up. Felix is sitting with Rex, and he's trying to figure out more stuff, and he comes to you on occasion right now, and he's asking you questions that, hey, this, whatever's happening to his arm is trying to take over, possibly. We could do a mind link, but that's really dangerous with whatever is happening here. So Felix is bouncing stuff off of you, Void Striker, to try and figure out what to do with his arm and his head.
Okie dokie.
Hello?
He's trying to. So you can if there's any other stuff, I'll try to fill you in on, because I can't remember everything right off the top of my head. Even though I
Well,
have
for
it.
starters,
You're dead, by the way. No, I'm kidding.
what you've described happening to Rex is very little fucking information.
Okay.
So, for what we know, Rex has been tortured, experimented on, and infused together with a
Oh, and yeah,
core eater,
Spark Eater.
Spark Eater.
spark eater. Been infused with the spark eater, so he's currently having an internal battle between him and the
I
spark
forgot you were
eater.
there on the last. Yeah,
So,
because they retrieved Rex from the Fight Club arena kind of thing that was going on, and Overload kind of, literally bitch slapped him into submission, knocked him out.
I beat the
From
shit
what
out
we
of
were
my friend.
from what we're also able to gather, the experiments that were done on him happened a very long time ago, so he's been like this for several thousand years.
Well, I mean, it wasn't that.
Um,
I wouldn't say it was that long since I stopped joining the war.
But between then and now, like, hasn't it been a very long time?
It's probably been like
It
I would
was right
definitely say it's
after.
over a stellar, more than a stellar cycle.
It wasn't long after Rex was literally he was taken away, and it wasn't too long after that. That's when things started, where he
Okay,
disappeared.
I
it
misunderstood
was
then because
yeah.
I
it was a
was
few
I-
I
I'm
stellar.
don't
just-
know.
I mean, Dave's got a point. A couple thousand years is not that long to a Cybertronian.
No, this
Well,
is a lot
that's the thing.
longer.
It's
You
been
guys
like
are
a few.
older though.
It's been like a few stellar cycles.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. So it wasn't long after
It's
that.
like
That's because he disappeared. You don't know where he went to and what happened to him.
yeah,
All you know
I
is
know
he
ha-
was taken by Autobots, and woo,
'cause
they
I know
have fun with
so I
him.
know I've been a mercenary for a while, but not that long.
Well, in
'Cause-
Cybertronian, you've been around a lot longer.
Well, yeah, but it hasn't been too long since I left the
yeah, like
Decepticons.
Yeah.
we've only been doing this mercenary game here for like really a couple of months.
Well,
So
you've been doing it for a couple months. I've probably been
well,
doing
no,
it
no,
for
no, like
longer.
as a team. I'm saying as a team because
Yeah,
I've
as a
been doing
team,
I've been
months.
doing the mercenary game for much longer than that,
Well, yeah,
and
I-
we've
I-
been at this for a couple of months.
I had
Yes,
Or
you
wasn't-
both have been doing it
wait,
for
hold on.
quite a while.
Wasn't the story that that you hired me?
Mm. No, you kind of came
No.
up to.
Yeah, we like you stole the ship. You were looking for someone to pilot it, and that's where you found me.
All right, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, because I
Yeah,
think
because
See, the
you
things
stole
you
the ship
forget from the
originally,
first
and,
one.
and you needed a pilot, so that's where you came on to me, and we worked together, and we decided to stick together because we worked so well.
yeah, 'cause I think it's been
Oh,
let's see how long.
and Void
like,
Striker, you get constant
2 or 3
messages
years,
from
maybe?
Addie asking about how your regeneration
Okay,
works
so
and a bunch of other stuff. She's more a scientific nerd.
I'll happily reply to every single message.
Yeah, she's just sitting there. She'll send you a message. So how does this work? Does this molecular structure change at all? And she's just asking you tons and tons of questions. She's like fascinated with you. It's like, how do you do that?
Yeah, I would definitely say it's been like possibly 2, 3 years since I stopped working with the Decepticons. So I mean, although it wasn't for very long, but it would be definitely long for Rex's current state.
It's been a while. How's that? Here we go.
Yeah, so he's been at it in a mental battle for quite a while. And it seems at some point he did lose.
Also, somebody stole your
But now he's fighting
T-Gog.
again.
Also, somebody stole your T-Gog. We don't know where it went. No, I'm kidding. No, nobody took it.
But
But Felix is
Yeah,
sitting
does it-
there with Void or Rex. Oh, wow, man, I'm mixing names up.
I was gonna say, I hope so nobody takes my T because I'm more likely gonna kill somebody else.
yeah, does
I
does
was
that give
gonna
you a
have
bit
the
more
little one
information?
take your T-Cog just for fun because she thinks it's pretty.
ooh, shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a
I hope
ball.
that gives you a bit more information, Bob.
Yeah, I didn't need his backstory, but thanks.
Well, not that part, sure, but the other stuff. You know,
Dun,
about him,
dun, dun.
kind of having a mental battle.
It's
Against
easier
someone
for
that's
us to fill in the gaps that you don't know.
Okay, so
tell us what
basically
you
what I'm
need to
hearing
know.
is he's basically a normal person around here who has severe fucking PTSD. Let's go.
Yeah, well,
PTSD,
yes.
and his arm's been completely replaced, as well as part of his head.
It's like they replaced his arm with a zombie arm, and now he's kind of turning into a full-fledged zombie.
Because Shockwave has experimented on him, gave him something called the Arc Hammer, which really messed him up, and that's why he's got the arm and part of his head missing. There we go.
Also, I broke one of the tables.
Yeah, he raged and crushed a table, by the way.
What, one of my tables?
Uh-huh.
One of the medical beds.
Yeah, sorry.
It was a rage thing.
Don't look at me. He did it.
It was a rage thing. I can't help it.
Overload
my
is temporarily banned from the medical center.
Hey, I'm willing to pay for it. I have the Shanix.
I'm sorry, but these would literally be irreplaceable because of how old they are.
Oh, God.
They can be
Then isn't it
replaced.
time to kind of upgrade the base?
They can be
I
replaced.
mean, they are being upgraded, but these would be considered antiques. They're replaceable.
Oh my
There's,
God.
I mean, there's still
They may be
more.
antiques, but they're entirely replaceable.
Maybe you should go back to that ship and see if there's another one there because it's old enough.
I mean, again,
I mean, if you
there's
want to
still
go back
more.
to the derelict we were at, you can maybe find an antique bed there, but I don't recommend it.
I can just hear the disappointment over the comms. Really, Overload? You broke my table? It's an antique. And then the rest are like, oh crap, we're going to go back to that ship, aren't we?
Break another one, I'm gonna use your fucking leg to replace it.
Oh my, yes. Oh, that would look
Probably
cool.
won't be the first time. I mean, what?
So
All
is there...
jokes aside, have I had done any medical examination of this Rex guy at all?
No, I sent you off to have your character doing research to figure out what this stuff was, but these guys just found out what this stuff was, and they're sending it back to you. You can come in and do a full examination on him now, knowing what he's got going on, and maybe do something to help him.
Scan the poor boy.
So you're allowed to do what you
Help
need
my
to.
boy.
This is all about Void Striker right now. So these two jokers
Alright,
get to
I'm
sit.
gonna come into the med center here, and I'm guessing he's on the big table because he's a big boy.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's right next
Yeah.
to Felix. Yeah, he's
So,
pretty big. So
I would like to do a medicine check on him.
please do. Go. Oh my god.
Hey.
You, with the knowledge that you got from the rest, you're sitting there running the scan, and since you did such a dang good roll, you can see all the connections that were made. Some of them were pretty bad, and you can see the arm is twitching and trying to do certain things, while the rest of his body is just kind of sedated. And the optic of the right side of the head, where it's technically Spark Eater, is kind of like twitching around and moving as well. But the rest of him, his left optic is still intact, but it's closed, and it's like he's just asleep.
Does my scan reveal that it might be possible to safely remove these at all?
There might be a chance, from what you can see, because some of those connections, like I said, are pretty bad, that you might be able to actually sever and remove the appendage. The head part, though, might be a lot more complicated because it's more integrated near to his memory core. And so you might have a bigger issue with that. But his arm, you look at it like, I can take that off.
Then I would like to start amputating the arm with the right tool for the job.
So as you're standing there, Felix is like, you know how to do that with this kind of thing? And he's just sitting there like looking at you like, whoa, this is interesting. And he leans over and he goes, do you mind if I watch you do this and help? Or would it be better if I
don't
move?
mind.
Yeah, okay. And he steps in. He kind of is like, you just tell me what you need me to do or what. And he has the arm strapped down extra. Rex's other arm is literally just one tether. And it's holding him just fine. This arm, he's got like 3 on it. He goes, sorry, I had to really strap it down to keep him from moving.
Understandable.
But you proceed and you start to do the work, and Felix he's literally like got welder's goggles on, and he's sitting there watching you just, and he goes, wow, that was a horrible connection. I'm glad I got him sedated. And you can see the removal, and he's helping you. He's clamping off certain lines, and you're removing extra parts because it looks like it's infected in some form. And you successfully get the arm removed, and you slide that part of the table away so it's not trying to do anything and connect to him. And you
The
almost
first thing I'm going to do after amputating is first making sure the connection points is fine on him, and then getting the arm into a stasis tube.
Felix is standing there with Rex, and he seems a little calmer now that the arm is removed. You look at the connections, clean, doesn't look like there's anything wrong. Your examination of him, you see like no residual. You removed all the nasty corrosion that is just built up on those connections, and they look really clean. So right now he's just got no arm on that side, but everything is sealed up. Felix has everything clamped off, and that way no energon's leaking out. You take an
This
examine.
ambient squishing noise in the background is really adding to this.
So as you're standing there,
the squish.
he takes a sample of the blood near where, or at least the energon, near where you pulled the connection. He takes a sample and he runs it under an analyzer, and he looks and he goes, there's still some in there. That could be from the head part, though. And you can see it clearly up on the screen. But it looks a lot better than it did before. And he shows an example of a sample that he took before. And there's so much more like corruption going on before. Now it's cut back drastically. And there's not as much. So it's just whatever is happening from the head part.
Well, with this arm, we should now be able to create proper anti-nanobots to help fight this.
That would be great. I've got a tube already coming over here, and you see the 3 little bots come in with this tube over top of them, and Felix is like, why didn't you just use the cart? And the 3 of them are like, we help. And they set it down carefully, and
I'm helping.
yeah, they're literally, we're helping. All 3 in unison, and it's like, all right, just thank you, now go. And he picks up the tube, and you guys slide it into place, and he stands it up, and he locks it into a post that holds it there, and he caps it off, and he goes, do you need me doing anything else for this thing, or just let it sit here? And he's kind of looking at it funny.
Take it over to Micron.
Yeah. And so he rolls it out of the room. He goes, yeah, the thing's twitching. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to put extra security on this. Like, we're going to watch this just in case. And he rolls it out the door, and you're
There
left.
should be a couple of spare security drones in storage.
Yeah, I'm going to get them. Thanks. He's just kind of like keeping his distance down from it as he rolls it, and he goes out the door's closed. You're left there with Rex, and you can still see the optic of the right side twitching around and looking, and just making it's like he's talking, but it's him kind of just making sounds now, and it's just kind of like grunting or groanings, just weird sounds. And it's not loud, it's just it trying to talk or do something. Yeah. Give me energon, give me your spark. No, I'm kidding. Does you both sit
Alright,
there?
could I do a history check on Spug Eaters?
Yes. I will tell you,
I did absolutely fucking terrible.
nothing. No, I'm kidding. You've only heard about them. You never really got the chance to actually learn about them because they're only usually a myth in Transformers. And now you guys are starting to get stories of them, like creatures similar to these suddenly popping up. I will tell you this, though, because you know Shockwave, you know he probably dabbled in something with Spark Eaters.
There's a line I want to say because I know Shockwave so well from the lore, but I don't know if I can say it in character. Oh,
Do it.
I'm gonna say this out of character. Knowing Shockwave well enough that being the Shockwave fanboy that I am, I could probably just honestly call Shockwave and just ask, and he'd probably honestly answer me.
I'm not saying no.
You know what? Fuck it.
Do
I'm gonna call Shockwave.
Do you really want to do that?
Well, this is more of a scientist to scientist talk. Shockwave doesn't mind those. Don't worry, I'll make sure the line's secure.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Are
secure
you
line.
sure about that?
Yes.
All right. Well, if he finds out the location of your base on
I mean, he
account of
already
this,
knows the location, so what's the problem?
he'll know we're here.
Oh, gosh.
He would have already known that already too. It's Shockwave.
All right.
Bring, bring.
Do.
So you want to call Shockwave, right?
On a secure line, yes.
You hear Kiara come up. Are you nuts? She's the one putting through the system.
You've heard half of the legends about me. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, I've heard the legends about you. Are your bolts that loose that you just can't, figure this stuff out without... You know what? I shouldn't even ask. You're dead. We don't even know you exist. How's that? She starts kind of going off. You hear Varish in the background. Has he lost his scrapping mind? And she's like, I don't know anymore. Whatever. Are you sure about this, Void Striker? And she becomes very serious. Are you sure? She's got her finger over the button.
There are two ways to save this wreck. One is to get even a bit of data from Shockwave, and the other one is to attempt something that could probably kill him.
Fine. Routing through the connections. Your call is ready to go out when you're ready. She's very hesitant, like, okay.
I'm gonna move into the sub-command room and take the call in there.
You stand at the one table, you place the call. I'm kidding, no. You see a hologram pop up on the table in front of you. Void Striker.
Shockwave.
I'm assuming this is not a social call.
I have found one of your discarded experiments.
One
All
of
I'm
many.
requesting is data for data.
What do you have to offer?
I have data on a new prototype TCOG. I cannot give you the full data, only partial data. Partial data for partial data.
Seems fair. What kind of TCOG exactly are we talking about then?
A experimental TCOG.
You've piqued my interest. Very well. But what data are you requesting of myself?
Spark Eater.
So I see you found my experiments.
Indeed, the only data I require is safe removal.
Removal. Never planned on removal.
We both know you would not have started these experiments without some safeguarding for yourself.
Hmm. Yes, I do have for myself. Whether I have for others is another question.
All I need is the data on yourself. I can extrapolate from there.
Do you want me to give my data of myself? Hmm.
Well, I am trading data of myself.
I will give you the data that you request. He reaches over on his arm and taps a few things. It's nice that you have a very secure connection, too. And the data comes
Without this
through.
connection, you would never have transmitted data.
True.
I will transmit data about my TCOG, specifically the stealth section only. You know, the bit that makes no sound.
Mm-hmm. So he sits there. He looks. Very well, this is acceptable. But good luck. Most of the others were not successful. Out of, well, 99% were not successful. The 1%, well, let's just say they were not the same.
Thank you, Shockwave. With this data and my experiment and my experience of already removing Spark Eater parts successfully, I can extrapolate what I need from this.
Very well. Are we done
And with
with our
that, just like
business?
Shockwave, just no goodbyes, just terminate connection.
He's fine with that. You hang up, and you got the information.
Alright, time to head back and, keeping an eye on Rex, I'm gonna cross-reference this data with what I've already done.
At this point,
Would you like
Felix.
me to roll medical?
Yes, I will have you roll medical, and Felix at this time will also have come back into the room to see you there.
Up there. Sorry, the first one didn't show up, so I clicked.
No, it's fine. It's okay. Actually, both of those are fine. Dang. Okay,
Well, plus
Mr.
9 to
Roll
medicine,
200.
let's go.
Yeah, Mr. Roll 200. Okay. So Felix goes, that thing is so creepy. It was just moving on its own and twitching. How tough are those tubes? He's just really just like, ugh.
Well, Shockwave invented them, so even scrappers couldn't eat out of them.
Oh, well, I
They're
hope
very durable.
good, because that thing creeps me out. Do you need help in here? Because I need to do something else. That was weird.
It will take me time to finish analyzing this data.
Oh, new information? Nice.
Yes, directly from Shockwave.
What's it do? What kind of information you got here? Wait a minute, Shockwave. You talked to Shockwave? And he starts freaking out a bit. He's just looking up
Yes,
at you like,
scientist to scientist. Do you have a problem with that?
That
It's
depends on what
Shockwave.
information you gave him.
Information he probably would have gotten on his own given enough time.
Did he find where we were at?
No. He already knows where we're at. He's known the entire time.
He just starts shaking his, I'm in the wrong line of work of any kind of thing. I don't, whatever. Okay.
You're always in the wrong line of work.
I just work here. With that, Felix kind of moves around and he looks, this is how to remove it? You did it without his help before. I thought you might be able to do it again.
I'll bring up the scan of the eye and how close it is to his memory circuits.
is literally not integrated to it, but they're right next to it, like so close. That's how it's affecting Rex really badly.
If I do a wrong move that close to his memory circuits, it could do irreversible damage.
He pulls the hologram down and he goes, yeah, and if you hit any one of these, he's literally this could go bad. So
Hence, why I risked contacting Shockwave.
I can see why. Let's just see if we can get him back.
Indeed. Would you like me to roll anything? Because once I've got this data fully
I'm gonna leave.
extrapolated and analyzed.
I'm gonna leave your medicine check the way it is because you rolled it. So I'm gonna roll with it. It's fine.
Yeah, I didn't mean to roll twice, but
That's
cool.
fine. I'm so upset about that. We're not even gonna acknowledge those rolls. You're gonna roll one now. No, it's fine. So with that, you guys get into the procedure. Felix is standing there trying to give you assistance, but he's letting you do the work because you have the skills. You start proceeding, but this Spark Eater is trying to reattach at certain points to stay connected to Rex. It needs a host, and it's trying to connect back to him.
Well, as I'm doing it, I will deploy Scamper to help.
Scamper comes over, and since he's so small, he's able to get in there. I need you to roll another medicine check. Now I'm going to have you roll for it. Okay, that was easy. With your skills and Scamper and Felix, you sever the connections. Scamper is literally taking like mini forceps that he has and holding back like he's fighting with the little tendrils from the Spark Eater's part of the head. And he's fighting with it. Even Felix is trying to help. And since they're holding it back, they're not in
Well,
danger
since the
of getting
Overlord
you.
is probably just standing in the room staring at me during this procedure, I'm going to tell him to go get a stasis container for this thing.
You're going to become another aide here.
All right. And I'm just gonna ask Aja, can I get stasis thing?
No, you go get it. They're just sitting there. He's like, no, I ain't get it. You go get it. He's your friend, not mine. I don't know him that well.
Top right of the map is where they're located.
So,
Well, I'm not gonna really
It's-
move, but yeah, just
no, you don't
Go
have to. No, you don't have to move. You can leave your characters there. As you are working on Rex, some more of these tendrils start to happen. I need you to roll me another medicine check.
Just watch this one be terrible now. Never mind.
Holy crap.
No, you're rocking it.
As you do, you
Fucking
use...
love my +9 in medicine. Let's go.
Yeah. So you use your hands to hold back and your other little tools to help hold back some of these, because Felix and Scamper, they're fighting with the other tendrils to try and keep them away as much as they can. And they're being successful. I'll tell you that. They're rolling nicely, at least within really good means of it. You're getting down to the last bit of it. And Rex kind of, not like he's getting shocked, but he does look like he's getting shocked. He jerks suddenly, and Scamper kind of moves, and he's like, and he kind of looks at you, Void Striker. Sorry, like you can inherently sense he's saying sorry because he can't help
With
it.
there's a little beep.
Yeah, like, and even Felix is like, uh-oh. And he looks over. He should be out, like, he shouldn't be awake still. And Felix, I can't do anything right now. because he's helping hold back the other tendrils.
The Spog Eater's probably affecting the stasis fluids.
If I let go of these right now,
We have no choice. Rex, if you can hear us, grit your teeth.
as you do that,
Give him something to bite down on.
you
I absolutely will. I will give him a piece of scrap to bite down on.
you see an overload. You've come back with the stasis tube, and you're standing there. You have set it down nearby, but you see Rex. You can see his body tensing up like he's trying, and his left arm rips up, but he doesn't strike any of you. And he holds his arm up and his hands outstretched. And it's like he's trying to communicate in some form, but his optics close. He's not talking. He's just got his hand out. And he's like, it's up in the air. And Scamper's like nervous, like, is he gonna like crush me? And you hear, and even Felix, So he's standing there with his arm outstretched, like he's reaching for something. The Spark Eater's faceplate, you almost have it off. There's like 2 tendrils left. And Felix is grabbing at them and holding them very aggressively. Thank God he rolled really high. As you do, he's got his arm up and it balls to a fist like he's saying, I'm gritting my teeth, but I'm just doing it with my hand because he's not responding. It's like he's only partially conscious through this moment. So he can hear you, but he can't facially give it any response or anything.
Rex, I'm going to give a countdown before I remove the last bits. Get ready, this might be incredibly painful.
And he literally turns his hand and a thumb comes up like, do it. Like,
Right, do you
go.
want me to roll another medicine?
One more medicine, please. This will be the bad one. Oh, no, it's good.
Oh no.
So,
Love that +9, man. If I didn't have that +9, so many of these rolls would be fucked.
as you do, you sever the one, there's the last tendril, and you come down and you swear this thing was trying to attack you at this point, the tendril, you cut it free, but it snaps, like it whips out and tries to grab a hold of you. But Felix takes the forceps and grabs a hold of it, like, no, you don't. And Scamper and him are holding all the tendrils right now really tight. And they're lifting it away.
Grab the tube and immediately slam it around it.
And they let go and even let the forceps fall in with it. They're like, nope. It falls in there and kind of hovers in the middle. And you slam the cap on, you tighten it down. And this thing is just floating there. It can't do anything, but you see the tendrils kind of just, and they're kind of retracting back into this piece. And
I'm
you can
gonna
kind of
turn
see.
around to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, this one is more dangerous. Immediately go put it in the cryotubes.
He takes it from him and goes to the cryotubes.
I'm making myself skin crawl talking that way. Because all I can imagine
And
is
now examine Rex to make sure all the connection points are good on his face now.
give me a medicine check on him.
Alright.
One more time, but more energy.
That's
Still-
the worst one I've got so far.
That's still not bad, though. I mean, really, it isn't that bad. It could be worse. So you
It could
look
be
at him.
6 up there.
Even Felix is running a scan too, and he's blowing it up, but you can see it real close still. Everything looks clean, looks undone. Like you cleared off as much as you can. You cleared it. It looks like it's slowly clearing off now because the parasite itself is not attached. His system is slowly trying to repair what damage was there on his boards. So you were able to remove. You can see his memory chips are still intact. but he's missing the whole right side of his head. And you can see what looks like scorch markings around where, and I forgot to add that on the other, where his arm is too. There's scorch markings a little bit around where the metal is from the arc hammer.
All right, Felix, attach a fresh energon drip. He's going to need fresh energon to help with the recovery.
Yeah, I don't know about the head though, but I've already got Energon running right here. And he hooks him up and he goes, "This is fresh stuff." It's.
It may look bad, but he's actually fine to come back online properly.
All right, well, maybe to let him rest. His arm came down and just rested, and you can see it move a little bit. Like it's like he's feeling out, and it's not twitching like the other arm. It's like moving, like slowly, and like he's getting control of himself. And he's laying there, and he opens his one optic, so he's only seeing one side. He doesn't actually see all of you on the right. He only sees mostly what's on the left. Where am I? What?
Hey there, bud.
What? Overload. Oh, what happened to me?
A lot. Though we are trying to make you better.
Okay.
All right. Just gotta stay strong, man.
Yeah, and he drifts out. And Felix kind of goes, "I think that's the energon drip is getting to him now. He's probably gonna sleep for a little while."
While he's unconscious, do you mind making an accurate scan of all the attachment points? We might be able to replace what he's lost.
On it, and he sets up a scanner. He starts doing a deep scan. The arm, we should be able to replace. Won't be the same, but it'll still be just as good. I don't know about the connection points, Void Striker. You want to take a look at this scan? This.
I will do so. Is that another medicine?
Sure, why not?
That's bad roll to them.
You
I had my good rolls for helping him.
Yeah. Hey, you saved him this far, okay? I was almost expecting a death out of this, okay? I was really going, oh man, I gotta flip a coin here.
To be fair, you've had like 5
1,
medicine
2,
checks,
3,
20 and higher.
5.
Yeah.
You've had 5 at least.
That plus 9. Without that, those two 20s would have been 11.
Yeah,
Yep.
so at this point, you can see on the scans, they still need to be a little deeper, but the optic, he can be replaced, but you're not sure if it's going to be the same for him visually. So it's going to be one of those, you can work on his arm at least right now to get his arm, and then you can find like a prosthetic to put on that side of his head to cover it so he doesn't, until you can figure out how to fix him better on that
I
part.
will make him a prosthetic for
Yeah.
his
And you-
his face.
and I
let
will
him
allow
choose
you
what it
to.
looks like if he wants like a skull type prosthetic, I'll put half his face as a skull for him.
When he wakes up, you'll find out.
Yeah, but with
And
the
see
scan
how
I've got
he
of
is.
the arm connections, I'm gonna make my way up to the lab to start working on a replacement for that.
All right, Void Striker, is there anything else you would like to do, though?
There's a lot
I
of things
figure-
I'd like to do. Like I would have liked to do some stuff with Velocitron, but I missed that.
You still have a chance because somebody keeps messaging you a lot, asking you questions.
And
I might go to
And-
back to Velocitron at some point.
and is the teleport able to go reverse?
It's only one way.
Why not? Because I know you said it's one way, but can I reverse how they go?
You mean
Well, I'm
like
guessing that's not.
flip it?
Yeah,
Maybe.
so like instead of the cafe going to Phoenix, it's only the Phoenix going to the cafe.
Well, that's a pretty far distance, but if you got close
It's gonna.
enough, you could.
Well, I was gonna say it's more likely gonna completely drain the fucking teleport, but I'm just wondering if that's possible. If to reverse the one way.
Well, maybe somebody could work on it to maybe try and flip it to do that. But there's a good chance you might break it too.
Hmm.
Because you'd have to roll pretty high to change that.
Risk reward.
Well, it's not like it's not like I'm asking to like make it like two-way, just for able to reverse it.
But
Mhm.
it doesn't have the capability at the moment.
Nope. It doesn't right
there
now,
is
but it
something I
could.
do wanna work on right now, and that is a device that can detect stealth transformations.
Considering you just handed over our big enemy stealth capability, yeah, that might be a good idea.
I'd say, yeah, why not?
Yeah, that's probably
Because
gonna
we do
be a
have
really
stuff
good
out there
idea.
that does try to detect stealth.
And
So
there
why
is a
not?
particular assassin already out on the loose who's already pretty stealthy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are some Predacons that already have stealth transformations, but that's beside the point.
Yes. So I would say yes, I would allow that. And you're just going to have to work on it. In a sense, you're going to have to take a little time to work on that. But for overloads...
What a repeat of the 100.
Oh, God. You.
I mean,
Maybe. If you roll that again, no.
I was
No.
gonna say, hey Baja, you want something to work on?
Sure.
I got a project you can work on too.
Oh my God,
Do you-
you're gonna be piled.
Do you want to
You
reverse?
want something to do?
You want to make a function that reverses the teleportation?
Sure, I can work on that.
Again,
There's
You
one
want a way
mechanic.
to you want to be able to build a receiver that can basically turn thermal and solar energy into energon.
I don't need to work on that. That already exists on Cybertron.
But I need something on a larger scale.
He's not talking small. He's talking big.
That an hour at most tops.
So I mean,
I mean,
we're
these guys are
talking
bouncing
along the
stuff
lines
out
of
there.
like a Dyson sphere, kind of.
I mean, the technology already exists. I just need to assemble it.
But do we
technically.
have it on Cybertron? That's my question. Is
Oh my God. Things have gotten crazy.
Possibly. I mean, I still need to set up those goddamn war games.
Oh yes, we need to work on that too. I haven't forgotten. Sorry. I'm just yeah. So now you have 2 pieces of Spark Eater. You have Rex. You saved Rex. Fanfare. Da, da, da. There you go. Okay, there you go. There's your
Victory!
fanfare.
boy. My boy.
dun dun dun.
But for now, I will stop the session here because I'm going to have to edit the snot out of this. I'm going to have to join pieces together too, which is thanks
Yeah.
to technical.
I mean, you
go
only
be
really need to
glad.
get the first large chunk and the
Yeah.
last large chunk. You
Yeah.
can really just cut out the other 2 ones because it was just technical issues and us just jabbering on.
Yeah,
So you can
those I'm
really
not
just
going to
cut
worry
those
about.
out.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry about those. I was
Yeah.
hoping to do a little more,
I
but I'm a
apologize I
little.
wasn't here from the beginning, by the way.
No, it's
That's
okay. Yeah, we have stuff happen like that, so it's okay. That's why I had your character doing research and other stuff to kind
Yeah,
of fill that time, so that way you're
The stuff
still
that they've
here.
got me to do is more or less I've got to wait on,
And no, you can,
calculations.
I will tell you this: you can return to Velocitron. I'm not going to say no, you can't go, because you did want to go back. You can still go back. I'm not saying no, because that's all part of the fun. I want you to experience. Velocitron is a very fun place, and there is actually a ton of stuff to do there.
I did actually want to do some racing of Velocitron.
So you could easily optionally do that, including somebody else who's already raced. He's already got bobbleheads, cards. Wait,
I mean,
I also
it's not like I'm
Velocitron is also a great place to figure out how fast my new ground road
Listen,
is.
Listen, I'm feeling like I'm getting called out. Listen, I'm not opposed to going back to Velocitron. Excuse me. It's that we kind of have a direction and kind of a place we gotta go. So we've been
Hey, you got to do what you wanted on Velocitron. Let me have my fun, you bitch.
don't worry, you will get there. Oh my god. Gee. Everybody's losing it. God, I made fun places and now they want to do other stuff too. Oh my god.
Well, the other thing I got to do on Velocitron so far is go on 2 dates.
Well, possibly 3 or more. Somebody is really fascinated with you.
I mean, what you did on your date is clearly your business, and that's
Hey,
up to
you're
you.
just jealous she's into my enhancements and not your natural.
Is it jealousy? I don't know about that.
Oh my god. What have I done? Are you really fighting over Addie? Come on.
Addie's adorable. What's wrong with
Yeah,
this?
she actually is. Well,
I'm
she's.
not dying on that hill. You can have her. On it. I'm not.
Well, I wasn't gonna fight you for the hill. I already knew it was mine.
Oh.
Yeah, because ain't no one else gonna take it.
What have I
Exactly.
done? Yes, Addie is a little shorter than Speedstar, and she looks a little different to her. So, because she's a Bugatti car, so it's one of those things. She's got more of a chromish blue to her and everything, so she's a little different. But she's a car, not a motorcycle. But she has a fascination with Void Striker, so because she's like,
Yeah,
wait, how
I
did you
know
do
why
that?
Dave doesn't want Addie because he's too busy dealing with the other two that are trying to molest him.
I mean, they can try, and two,
Well, one of them
is more of a sister.
Yeah,
the other
she's-
one is
Hey,
turned out to
don't
be
give her the
a
idea
bigger
she
spy
might
than
do
I
the
thought she
help
would be.
step bro, I'm stuck routine.
da 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 da. I love
I mean,
making them twist every once in a while.
That's up to Matrix if we want to take it into rated R territory.
No, I don't want this channel getting that fast banned. Oh my god, no! Suddenly they all died and this campaign just ended.
I have a
Ah!
second life.
No, it's all about overload now.
Yeah.
But see, like I'm a rated R, but I'm more of like a Punisher rated R. Like you're gonna see
Okay,
blood and
gore.
violence.
Okay,
and,
that's
and
different
lots of
than we'll do.
swearing.
Okay, we'll do that. That's fine.
So, no human centipede?
Oh god.
Dear
no.
God, no. Why?
That's disturbing on so
Why?
many levels.
There are
Oh my
probably scientists out there doing that with Cybertronians. You never know.
God.
With Cybertronians, okay,
Oh my god.
but you
they're gone
say
off the
human
deep end.
centipede, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
no,
Uh-huh.
no.
I still want a scraplet as a pet.
That would be. You are massive. Do you know how big a scraplet is?
I know how adorably tiny they are. Yes, I want one.
Oh my god. Okay, all scraplets don't exist in this universe now.
They somehow went
Fine, I'll
extinct. We
modify
don't understand
Scrapper into a
how.
scraplet.
Into a scrap.
He implodes.
Implodes. He'd be
Hey,
a big
he's
scraplet.
tiny. He could be classed as a minicon, and then Matrix has to deal with his misses.
Oh Jesus. No. Scamper is a tin can with feet, and that the little one likes to ride like a horse. Literally. My God, what are you guys doing to me? Okay.
Yes.
You know you love it.
Yeah, you guys are fun, so hell. As long as you guys are having fun, I am good with it. As long as we don't have,
I'm not
everything
gonna lie.
goes.
There are situations where even when I'm with the group that I feel useless because none of them
Sorry.
lets me do my artificer thing.
Yeah, and I'm trying to. This season is going to be more with Overload and kind of bringing you more into it more so because
Yeah, I know. It's
it's
most of the
been
season because
so.
Dave had his season.
Yeah, and it's
Yep.
more. I'm bringing
I'm
you all.
helping push the narrative for this season for
Yeah.
you guys.
So in this case, it's you saved Rex, which that could have been a flip of the coin right now. I'll tell you, literally, he could have died.
For once, my bullshit stats helped.
Yeah. Just be glad you didn't roll that one lower one. That would have been
Yeah.
not pretty. Not pretty.
I'm glad I had the +9, man.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
some of them
I
are
would have had 211.
Yeah.
surprisingly.
Oh yeah, like 5 plus, 20 plus rolls in a row. That's pretty good.
This dice I've been rolling with, I've been sitting here getting high rolls, and I'm like, I'm waiting for it to just go south. All of them kept rolling high, so that's why everything
I
kept
was
being 6. I'm
expecting,
like,
after the
okay.
second one, all of them to be shit.
Yeah, I was like, oh God, it's going to go downhill. Oh no, this is going to go bad. They're going to hate me.
It only
I like it.
progressively went downhill.
Yeah, so
I mean,
it was,
you
Towards
know
the
what
end.
actually
Yeah.
made it all worse? Because I was doing it all with the right tools with the job. All those rolls
Yeah.
were technically with advantage.
yeah, so you were able to just
Technically, I got
hit
it
'em.
at 20 for one.
Yeah, I was sat there and I'm like, oh no, you got this easily. Whatever. That's why it was like, no. But for each time you were doing it, so it was progressive because the head was a lot more advanced and technical, whereas
Yeah,
the
it's
arm is
the
just
He was Mercer's mate. I didn't want to risk it. That's why I contacted Shockwave and gave him information that I knew he would probably get at some point anyway.
yeah. And I'm like, if I really
Honestly,
wanted
the
to,
information I gave Shockwave is useless, and the information I got from Shockwave is useless to anybody but me.
yeah. And it's really that's it. You were scientist to scientist. That's all he viewed it as. That's the way I viewed it as. I'm
That's
like,
why I like
just
Shockwave. He
information.
can interact with enemies and do business, and not bring any emotions or faction loyalty into it.
Yeah, and if you hear him, he really doesn't have emotion. The only time you might hear him in this one is if you annoy him, he will just knock the shit out of you. And that's him showing it. But he doesn't really have emotion. So it's like, screw you. I'm doing my science. Go away. That's all
why
he
I love
cares.
him in the comic books when he bitch slaps Megatron for interrupting his shit.
I really got to read that part of it. I'm still reading a lot of comics.
Shockwave takes control over the Decepticons because
Yeah,
Megatron's
see.
a bitch.
Yeah, see, and I gotta go through and still finish. Like, I gotta read a lot, so. And I gotta have time for it. So, okay. With all that, you guys want to plug anything other than yourselves?
I've made context.
See, there you go. The other two jokers.
I just haven't been able to really stream lately because work and my energy levels. So yeah.
Man, plug
Snuggles.
Snuggle is Kitsune.
You're kicking the poor man when he's not even here to defend himself.
Nah,
Oh,
it's
you know what? I'll plug Galaxy Stars art. Bring that up on the stream.
okay, I am okay. I gotta find that folder. Wait a minute, is it this one? No, not that one. Wait a minute. I do have. This is not the screen to do this on, because there's a screen that has it.
Hey,
I
she's
don't
a
know.
precious member of my potato cult. I've got to plug her somehow.
I get this. I got this. I can do this, right? Okay, let me try this. This is I gotta figure where I put all of it because I have folder upon folder now, and I got too much crap. Okay, yes, Galaxy Star. There we go. I can't get it to show up. It's not doing what I want. This stupid thing is really screwing it up, and my OBS is.
Do Do you have it on the right layer?
Yeah, it's ever since I had the issue, it shouldn't have messed with it this bad. Oh no, it's just this. It just took a while to load. Never mind. Let's see. Come on. Why are we in this folder?
I'm not
That
gonna
is
lie, I'm sad that I missed meeting the mini-con version of Omega Supreme.
Don't worry.
Pretty
Like-
sure it'll happen again.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm not gonna lie, half the time I feel like a fucking
There.
third wheel while you're doing your mini-con shit, guys. Or should I say fifth wheel?
Yeah, I didn't bring in drift, so. Oh God, why is it so big on the picture? Oh, hang on. Why is it blowing this up? I hate it when it does it this way. Why are you
Gosh, you gotta shrink it.
there? Ooh, don't ignore
Forehead.
that.
Ah,
Sorry, here we go. Fit to screen there.
that's
That
a
was
wide boy. There you go.
That's some of her work right there. I have to download the others. We're making you a mega bot now. You're huge now. Come in as a fighter jet, and it's like, oh, hello. I'm just here.
You're like, damn, boy.
He seems.
He's
I'm not gonna
thick.
lie, that face gives me the vibe of, like, he seems like the type of character that gets RR'd, man. By an RR lady.
Yeah, there's some other stuff, Galaxy Star. I need to actually go into our chats and.
So wait, he's the one giving the Cupidone, or he's getting Cupidone?
No, he's the one getting domed by the dummy mommy. That's the type of
Ah,
face
okay,
it looks
yeah.
like he's got.
Yeah.
See, look at it.
Yeah, I see you here. I'll pop it back. Hey. Hi. How you doing? That's me. No. Nobody can draw me. I don't exist. I'm just code. But no. But no, if any.
I don't know if you heard
Accidents
my
at
comment.
Galaxy. Accidents. Yeah.
No, if anybody's watching this, you can find the YouTube channel. Find all the links there. Look up Frosted Merc and Space Ghost Dave. Their links are on there. They should be on both of these. I can't spell either. I still don't know what you're talking about, but I can't spell. Potato Lord. Do you have any links?
Master of
today?
Taters.
Other than
I have
Master-
Twitch, but you know, I'm not streaming until I get my tower, so there's no point.
Oh, well.
So one day.
So go look for Potato Lord. That's what he. No, I don't know what you have.
I mean, it's Dragon Shinobi 98.
See, there you go. Twitch TV at direct. They're spouting these things. So go check them out. They're on here too, though. Like I said, the links in Twitch will bring you to the YouTube. There are links there. And before I'm dumb, I should have told you all this before. There is still a contest running for the chance to win a small prize. It's about the size of a dice. It's one dice. That's all you're going to get. No, I'm kidding. It's not. It's not one dice. I'm not going to do that to somebody. That would be mean. Unless it's a really cool dice. And I mean really cool. But I don't have that much money laying around. And my wife would kill me. But anyway, there is a contest running still till June 30th. All you have to do is submit links for these channels to social platforms of your choice, and let me know where they're at, and I'll go take a look at them.
Well, you
And
know where I post them.
yeah, I know. I keep marking. There's somebody who's still way ahead of you on this, so.
That's fun.
But the more you guys do, the more I count it, the more I throw it into a thing, and the higher the chance you will win the prize. I will ship to the lower 48, although my wife has said if you win, she would be willing to foot the bill to.
So is this where I spam at you every time I post it for like an entire month?
Oh my god.
I can do that if you want.
Galaxy, you're
I
gonna
don't
have to keep
a lot
up
of
on
things
this.
to do.
Galaxy's gonna have to do double that.
There is a couple other people out there. I will not say.
I mean,
there's
I have 3 servers I can spam it for every
So,
day, and I
but-
can just give them a heads up. I'm doing this for a competition.
but you have a high chance of winning a small prize. Like I said, I will ship the low 48 or to Baja if he does win. No preferences on things, but it could happen because it'll be fun. And I
No,
hope
let somebody else win, as I said.
I am sending you a busted magic card. I don't even know what this one is. Actually, no, those go to Dave anyways. Dave, I'm handing these
Yeah,
cards out.
I mean,
It's free prizes.
Does anybody in this chat collect like sports cards at all?
I have. Well, not me. I'm sorry.
I used to.
Well, I
like,
have some
long-
Australian football sports cards, 4 of them, and I don't fucking want them. And one of them, I got them from McDonald's, so they're actually official McDonald's stuff, but as well as official collector cards. And I managed to pull one of the rare gold cards from the pack. So I have that. I don't want them. Anybody want them?
No.
I'll pay for the fucking shipping.
$19 Fortnite card. Who wants
Right now,
this?
my wife and son got from her dad. How many?
I mean, I have a
did
bunch of Star Trek cards, but nobody wants those.
thousands of baseball cards sitting behind me, stacked about my height, 6 foot right now. Actually, I think it's higher than 6 foot.
That's some rookie numbers, man. That doesn't even come close to my Yu-Gi-Oh card collection.
Well, the reason is it's like I forgot how many cards the boxes hold, and we have to go back through and sort them because the way he stored them.
As
Or-
I casually
I
look back
have
to
to buy
the
Fido.
box that I bought that was supposed to fill up with all my cards, and I could only fill it up with my magic
Hockey
cards.
cards.
I
Ooh.
literally have a suitcase that is full of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and then boxes throughout the house full of Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh,
Yu-Gi-Oh was good until the rules go shit.
I don't know. I don't know what
Yeah.
you're talking about. But,
Yeah, it was fun for a little while.
But
And
anyway,
now it's all about killing your opponent in like one turn.
it is. Better
And yes,
be.
I'm purposely
That's how it should
interrupting you,
be.
by the way.
No, I know. It's alright. No, but yeah, check out the channels, contest, blah 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 blah. Don't care about these guys. Don't you pay attention to me only. No, I'm kidding. I don't like I got anything. There
This
is
is
a
we should get together and start planning to sing "We Are Number One" on stream to get him banned.
Mute.
So
Well, technically, also wouldn't get him banned.
There is also the Patreon that is on there. I don't have anything fully set up yet, but other than you can donate, and if I see who you are, I'll let you into the Discord. But right now, I got to figure out how to set that up better so it works.
And,
But with limited access, so you,
we're coming up with different things that we can kind of add into the Patreon
Yeah.
too. It's
I
a
gotta
work in
work on it.
progress. We're trying to figure out how we can kind of give back to people who who do support us, because we do
You-
want
I mean,
to
if you
You
want,
gotta
you can
fund
put in
our
there as a
addiction
reward
to
that you
this.
Come join one of my campaigns.
There you go. Put that in.
you get. We need 75 people to.
You don't think I wouldn't DM for 75 fucking people? Let's go.
The massive. Our Discord server crashed again.
Have to play in sections of 12.
Yeah, literally, it's
Oh, hey,
like
Dave,
holy
do,
crap.
do you want to join the sci-fi one that's tomorrow?
Ouch.
I might come and listen in. Depends on what's going on tomorrow, because I'm not even really sure what I'm doing all tomorrow.
That's fair.
But like I've got the perms, so like I can drop in and listen in.
Yay. All right, with that, you all say bye. Good. Okay, we're done with that.
Yeah. Before we do go, there was one thing I did want to mention. D and Destiny might get delayed this week because my work schedule is kind of in flux at the moment, and I might have to pick up extra hours, kind of against my will. But
I hate when that happens.
if that's the case, we'll obviously let everyone know what's happening, and Galaxy, you'll see it in the Discord because I'll be chatting with the group if we do have to delay or anything. So
Solo session for Void Striker.
No, this is for D and Destiny.
I know, but it's so because it's like just take over. I'm taking it over and making
Yeah,
it
I mean,
transform.
I'm down for a solo session when D and Destiny.
Yeah, no, like we could literally play out his 2 dates or 3
Yeah.
dates
3 dates. I like it.
on Velocitron.
Yeah. 6 days birthday, huh? Galaxy Star.
The birthday is coming up soon. Well, happy early birthday.
So if we don't get to you, happy birthday. But I'll try and remember
it,
too.
it will be
But-
before the next session. So yes,
Mm.
happy early birthday.
Happy birthday.
I saw that and I figure, yeah.
Happy day of existence.
Yes, existence.
Escape the womb day.
Yes, happy woman liberation.
Yes, womb
Happy
liberation
starting
day.
of your
Oh
death
my
day.
God. Okay. I'm gonna say bye now. Please.
So
Whatever
see you
happened-
next week. Get some sleep.
May the calming cold guide your heart.
Fuck the common cold. Chaos. Chaos all the way.
Potato Lord! Oh, wait. All right. Wherever you're at in the world, have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and be safe out there. People are getting really stupid. Bye.
Why are they not stupid?
Yeah,
true.
I mean,
Yeah.
look at America.